All right, back to it. I apologize for that interruption. We did pause at Mrs. Clerk's presentation to make sure that no one watching online missed anything. So if you can, just briefly start over, and I promise it won't dig into your 7 minutes that you already took.
Okay. All right. So, just the overview of our office. We are the official custodian of the city records. We do handle the public records request. We post all the notices for the meetings, maintain all the minutes in accordance with sunshine laws. We are the supervisor of elections for the city, administrating all municipal election processes, ensuring accuracy, integrity, and compliance with state and local election laws. We oversee the city cemetery as far as records and work directly with families and funeral homes to ensure accurate mapping for maintenance coordination and making sure that all the records are kept because they are permanent records. And we do the lien searches for the city, for the different various lien search companies, and we also support residents. Any calls that come in, any other requests that they need to come see us for, and staff, if staff is in need of anything, we assist them. So then, what we're asking for this year is I don't need any positions. We are going to be offboarding our lien search process. We're going to have a company that's actually going to pull the information and create those reports, and that will save our time and ensure more accuracy on that too. But what we would like to do is increase our training for certification purposes for our girls, and that would include going to the webinar or the academies and doing webinars and such. We also have found this year that we needed additional money in the advertising budget because there's a lot of things that we have um, taken over for other departments that we've needed to advertise, but our budget was a little bit too small. So we're going to ask for that. And we recently, just on April 1st, updated our cemetery fees. This is going to increase our perpetual fund. It's going to give $500 per sale to the perpetual fund so that we can maintain the cemetery after we sell out of lots. And because we did a cross section of our immediate demographic, and the there's a lot of cemeteries that are really low on inventory, and others, have sold out altogether. So, that time is coming. We still have plenty of space right now, but that's going to be in advance of what we need it for. So, and we are also working with the supervisor of elections office to locate a new polling place so that we don't have the issue that we had this past election with long lines and the crowding. And I think we've outgrown that area. So we're gonna be working on that. We've already started kind of trying to compile a list of what we want to go out and see, and then we're going to do a field trip on that. So that's about it. If anybody has any questions, I'm here to answer them.
If possible, I'd like to start with public comment and then come back to, if that's okay.
No, that's
Just so that you can
problem.
respond to the public from there
No,
too, if
you
that's
go
okay
ahead.
with. Okay, so we'll do the
Okay.
public comment then right now. Does anybody have anything they'd like to say? Please come on up.
Okay. I want to thank the city clerk's department for everything they do because they seem to be a nucleus of the city for handling problems, and especially with the public records requests and trying to reach out to all the other departments and get things done. And it's very hard trying to tell another director what to do. And having to handle irate citizens trying to get the records. She's very tactful and friendly about it. Um, One thing I haven't got the answer to is if the soil was ever tested in the cemetery for brownfield, if the water tests, soil tests were ever done. And that's one thing that I've asked for a couple years now, and I need those results. Um, and that regarding World War II and the cattle dip. And then I really appreciate them, and that's something that we need to do is recognize our employees more often.
Absolutely. Thank you for those kind words, and we'll get answers on the brownfield. I don't know if we have an answer right now, but we will get one.
Albert McKimmey, 3603 Golden Gem Road. Just one of the things that always it irks me a little bit. A lot of the time, I require public record requests at much shorter notice because previously, when the agendas were put out, it never gave us time to research things. And as a consequence, I could never come here prepared. Some of the things that we ask for come in zip files or PDF files. A lot of the time we have difficulty in opening them. This is something that not only I have mentioned to Susan, but I've mentioned it to the director of IT as well. Is there some way that we could do as other municipalities do and have a computer and a desk so that residents can come in and they can have immediate access here, so they don't have to go home and print out files, they don't have to worry about things. If I come down here, I don't want to be bothering staff and spending a whole lot of time. It would be much easier I've got a lot of questions just now about the connectivity and the infrastructure within the roads. There's plans that I need to view, and I could simply come in. If they're already on file, it's easy for me to look at things and maybe zoom in and do things. I don't have that ability from a public records request. So I feel that the other thing I mentioned the other time before is in the past, public records requests, when we asked for them, they wasn't censored, but they started to charge us for things because the more they wanted to charge us, the less information we were likely to get. So again, if we had a computer desk here and things that are already in the system we could simply come and look at, that would be really excellent.
Thank you, Mr. McKimmey. I appreciate that feedback. I think it's. Oh, sorry, Mr. Bell.
On the $500 that you was talking about, that's after the cemetery fills up. The
new prices took effect on Amherst.
Okay, and I see that you say you work with the Parks and Recreation Department to obtain wayfinding signs, uh, but you don't have anything to do with the maintenance and maintaining. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Bell.
Sylvester, this is the part when I say the honeymoon is over, and we want to deal with things on emotion, without emotion, but based on facts. Now, if you follow me from the years before, I put up this graphic where, people can look at the same thing and see something completely different, and people can deal with different individuals and get treated completely different. And so Dr. O, when she come up and she say, well, sometimes you have hostile people come and ask for public comments. Well, that's the same thing when people used to call me the peanut gallery when I come up here. The fact is, I know I went to get public comments a few times. And let me say public records, I'm sorry, public records. And you shouldn't have to go through what you go through to get public records. You shouldn't have to do that, period. And now, we was having a budget, and I think it was a lift station where I saw repairs need to be done. It was in the tune of, if I'm not mistaken, it was over millions of dollars. So I say, well, let me find out how many lift stations we got. How often the PMS, the maintenance being done on them, the upkeep. Because if we got this kind of repairs for one, what are we looking at down the road? And see, that's when I say you want to get to the bottom of things, you want to get the facts. So I wanted to know how many we have, when planned maintenance was done on them, and how often it was done. And what I got back was an insult to my intelligence. And the other one I came about, and this is over the course of some time here, was about our staffing issue. It's been well documented. Mr. Olson come up here, talk about it. I have talked about it, and it just falls on deaf ears. So I said, well, let me see if I can get some facts here. So I went and requested every department, how many positions they had, which was filled and which was vacant. And what I got back was an insult to my intelligence. And so when we say, let's deal with real issues, let's come here and let's deal with real issues. And I can look Miss Bone in the face, in the eye to eye, and these things happen, and they shouldn't have happened. And why they happened, I don't know. Whether it was other leadership, I don't know. But that's when I say, when we're moving forward, we need to make sure we're moving forward with the right team. The people who are going to operate this city with integrity, honesty, and treat everybody with courtesy, because we are serving. Everybody's salary is paid through taxpayers. We're serving other people for the city of Apopka. So I don't know what the situation is, but I know it needs to improve, and it needs to change, and it needs to get better overnight. Thank you.
Thank you for that feedback, Mr. Hall. We will look into that as well. And it appears to maybe provide a little more support for your team as well, just through processes and things like that. But are there any specific questions that maybe the public had that you can answer or feel like answering?
Well, I do know that as far as the records, we can provide the records that we have, but we're not required to create documents. So there have been instances where, we'll give the documents that we have. They might be, this document is some of the portion, and so that, but we have, we don't really probably have the manpower to do that, because that also there's a factor that could, possibly make an error if you're trying to merge documents, but we can look into that.
No, and I think to Mr. Hall's point, there's a lot of documents you would assume we have,
Yeah.
and we don't.
Well, and
So we're working on making sure that we have the correct filings going forward for every department. So there's definitely missing pieces of information
that's true.
that we're working on. I can promise you that. So your frustrations are definitely heard and well received, and we'll make adjustments definitely moving forward. Specific to the brownfields, we don't have any information on that, correct?
I don't, but we have some, Dr. O has asked us to do the soil testing. That is something that we haven't done yet, but it's had to do with some cattle vats or something like that.
Okay, understood.
So that's, it's not that we're not listening, but we're, it just hasn't
Been done. Understood.
done,
Okay,
yeah.
no problem. Commissioners, any questions from up here?
I have a question about the lean search program. So we are contracting. Is it something like a system that we'll have here, or are we contracting with a third party to provide those services?
Mhm.
So it's a third party service. So would it cost us anything if we're contracting with them? Or
No, there's no cost on that.
Okay.
In fact,
Can you speak a little bit more into the mic? Sorry.
yeah, I'm sorry. So the charge would be $75 as it is now.
Okay.
And they keep 15, and we still retain the 60. So there's no cost at all to them doing that, but it does save an enormous amount of time. We've checked. There's a lot of cities, though. Ocoee does it. Eustis does it. There's a lot of cities that are already doing it with very good success.
So
So
before it would be $75 charged to the customer, and it would cost us just time, which
Yeah.
costs money. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, understood. And the new polling place, that's something that we have to budget for. I know how that works now when it comes to budgeting for that.
So we don't have that in the budget yet. We're just
Okay.
going to look at what we have as far as inventory. We're also going to check with the library and see what we can do. But we've got a couple of things that we're working on with the supervisor's office.
But from my understanding, for each new polling location, we're responsible for a percentage of it, correct? The city to staff
Well,
it.
the
Well, to
buildings that
cover
we own, we just have to pay for their staffing
their
and
staff.
things like
Okay.
that.
So what would be additional
But we
costs
don't have an
associated
election this year, so I haven't
for the
put anything
for the
in
okay.
there yet. So
And that's it. Thank you. That's all I
So you had mentioned that the advertising budget you needed more. Which other departments do you do their advertising for?
well, there's some for just general ordinances that we create through legal or through maybe there's something that we have to put up for, like a DEP notice or something like that. And also sometimes our budget advertisements, so I want to make sure that we have enough funding for that
Good
so
to
that we're not doing budget transfers.
Anything else?
You know my request, and my request is to have an automated for elections, to have an automated opportunity for treasurers to
Mhm.
report their treasurer
Yes, and
reporting.
we
I
are
would like
working
that
on that.
automated,
Yes.
because that would help significantly moving forward, not just for myself, but anybody else that chooses to run.
Right.
That's just my
Yeah.
been my request to you.
Okay.
Thank
So,
you.
and we are working on that because we talked about it the other day, and so I've talked to them about that.
Awesome. The only thing that, and we haven't discussed this recently, but it was the baby fund that was created.
Mhm.
If we can look into how to build that into the budget to where it's just funded how it needs to be.
Right. Okay.
I think it's important, and then the commission can decide if that is important to them as well to make sure it's included. But if
Okay.
not, it's a small portion of our budget and a small portion of the cemetery that I think is
Okay. I'll see what
a nice contribution to families going through some terrible things. So
Okay.
just a thought. Let's see what it looks like, and if the commission agrees to it, great. If not, we'll find a different way to fund it on my end. So
Okay. And
Anything
also,
else?
as far as the cemetery goes, we are going to be looking into the wayfaring signs so that people can find their way around the cemetery because it's
awesome.
there's not. We're getting calls that after the guys leave and they ask us, "Where's Greenwood 4?" And you're going over here, and so
Gotcha.
so it'll be helpful for that. So
Excellent.
looking forward
Thank
to
you so
that.
much for that. I appreciate it.
All
Thank you. Next up, human resources. Mr. Dr. Patton, please. And the goal, I don't think we said this moving forward, is making sure that presentations are 7 minutes. As close to that as possible, 7 minutes.
Where's the timer?
You want the timer? Mary, you
No,
want the timer?
I'm
No,
not-
I agree.
Yes, I do want yes.
Timer.
We need a timer. Makes us all on track. We got to stay on track.
Put 7 on there.
Make it 3 for him now. Yes, please. Perfect.
So, good evening, everybody. Joe Patton, Director of Human Resources. Thank you for having me here. So, there are some things that we're going to request. I just wanted to give you a little overview about HR and what we're responsible for. So, unlike many departments, we handle the whole city. We handle all employees. We're responsible for their employee development. We are responsible for benefits, pay, setting pay rates. When somebody has when somebody has a request to change a position, we have to do a lot of research in that to get the pay right, to get the position right, so on and so forth. So, a lot of moving parts in that area. So, with that being said, and I'm just touching a little bit about what we do. We also handle employee relations, which is a big part of what we do, as many of you and out there are probably familiar with, handling employee and supervisor complaints. So, and community complaints about employees. So those all come in as well. And as you know, they take a lot of time to investigate. And you have to do it right. So right now, we have 649, this is what we're authorized, 649 full-time employees. and 115 part-time employees. And let me tell you, it takes just as much time to onboard a part-time employee as it does a full-time employee. So a lot of people say, "Oh, well, we'll just take those part-times and make them take two and make them one." Well, it doesn't work as far as time goes. So timing, expense, all those things comes into play. So last year we added approximately 91 positions. This year, when I was looking at, talking to different people, finance, the other departments, we're looking at 60 plus more positions this year. The industry standard for HR support is one person for every 100 to 110 people. I say 100 to 110 depends on what validation place you look at. This is from Society for Human Resource Management, but there are different things, different societies that will give you different numbers, but it's around those numbers. We have approximately 7 staff in my department. We also handle legal and risk management. So that one staff member handles those sections. Um, the another staff member handles the front desk, Sandra. And I know everybody's met her. She's wonderful, but that person does not handle the day-to-day operations within the HR department. So we have 4 individuals, not counting myself, that handle day-to-day operations. And that's where I'm asking for several staff to be added. So with that, I have a part-time records clerk that I'd like to make full-time. I've asked for this for about 3 years now. Has not been approved. It's difficult because this person updates all personnel records. Also, they get records requests from outside, and some of those records have to be redacted. So they have to be familiar with what to redact, what's legal, what you can't redact, so on and so forth. So it's a very important task. Another position is for risk management. Risk management handles, and I know all of you have met Christy, risk management manager. She handles all of risk management. That means liability insurance, which includes vehicles, buildings, claims from outside. Somebody trips on a sidewalk, they make a claim, it goes to her. She is a liaison between the insurance company and our organization. Also, workers' comp. So when an employee gets injured, she handles the workers' comp. When she's not here, my staff have to take her place and do those duties. So then again, it takes away from the work that has to be done. With updating records, as you can imagine, we fulfill a lot of data that goes into the system. So it takes a lot of time to do that. I'd also like to ask, and this is above and beyond, I think I can do it with those 2 asked. However, I feel a need for an executive assistant position. The reason I'm saying that is because it takes so much time for me when I'm doing my investigations, so on and so forth, answering questions. When I answer a question, I may have to do some research, which takes time. I also have to take away from my staff. If I can't do something, then I ask them to fill in, make arrangements for maybe interviews, investigation interviews, so on and so forth. There's a lot of different tasks, letters that have to go out, notices, management for different avenues. How much time I got? I'm looking. See, I'm looking. Oh, what did I do? I'll get there. So also this year, we're asking for every year. This is from the last pay study. We adjust our pay bands according to the CPI, Consumer Price Index. In March, it was 3.3%. Now, that's not going to affect every employee at one time. That's going to affect those that, if we raise the minimum, it will affect those employees.
We're doing
Yeah,
good. We're
I'm
doing good.
going.
We're
I'm
doing
going. I'm
good.
going.
You're doing great.
Got it,
Let's
Mayor. Got it,
just.
Mayor.
You're doing
So
great.
we plan to keep the 6% merit increase. That is a big recruiting tool that we use. Um, Also, employer contributions for healthcare, those are estimated at 6.5% this year. We won't have the correct number until the middle of next month. So it's down, we're projecting down from 11.5% from last year. Primary driver, of course, is decreased cost claims. And that's because of an effort that we do for health screenings, so on and so forth, with our clinic. We're also doing. I'd like to ask funds for a self-funded insurance fund study that would give us information whether we're viable to go to a self-funded type of insurance plan. Right now, we're with a consortium, so we get no credit for having our own clinic, which costs us a lot of money, but it also helps us with decreasing our rates going up. So, liability insurance, these are premiums that are expected to go up. We did estimate them a little higher than what we think they're going to be because we really don't have those numbers yet. But hopefully within a few weeks we will. Telematics and data-driven fleet safety, that's another program we're uh, working with sanitation and other truck, vehicles that we may have. This is a program that is with our risk management. That is a camera system that records rear and forward any type of accidents we may have. There have been accidents where somebody says, "Well, you hit my car," but there's no camera, there's no witnesses, so we have to leave it up to the insurance company to decide, what that's going to look like. So HR risk strategies, some of our initiatives.
Let's hit
Uh,
the high points. High points.
High
Hit
points,
the high
leadership,
points. You're doing great.
leadership. All right, I'm going. Leadership. We've been doing a little bit of that. The plan is to give newly supervisors and current supervisors leadership programs. We've already started it this year. We want to continue that. Employee development. We've started that with Skill Path, and I just added 250 more licenses. That's an online uh, learning system that anybody can go in. They can take whatever course they want. There's like over 2,000 courses, and we can assign courses to individuals. So leadership courses, so on and so forth. Salary and compensation study, we've contracted that for this year, and hopefully we'll get the results of that within June or early July. I know, Blanche. Reinstatement of a performance bonus award. We have that in our regulations already. However, we have not used it. So with that, we'd like to also citywide field day, which is something we've tried to plan, haven't initiated, but we want to get buy-in for that as well. We've also initiated Welcome Up to Work. Let's see. And I've spoken about these things already. And another thing is to request about scanning. I'm going to bring that to you too. We've been trying to scan our personnel records. However, it's very time consuming. And when you have a part-time person, it's very difficult to keep that person. So
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Sorry for going overtime.
It's okay. It's okay. We're doing great.
I'm very wordy sometimes.
Public comment. Anybody have anything they'd like to?
Just a quick observation. I'll keep it really brief. The throughput of employees in a municipality is going to be directly proportional to how happy they are within that environment. Do we expect that the throughput of personnel could be reduced with the fact that there's a new administration? And if that's so, then perhaps we won't have so much pressure put on their staff to do so much work as they've currently got to do.
Well received. Thank you, Mr. McKimmey.
The issue of redaction came up, and one complaint that the community brings up is, why did this get redacted? Why is that off? Well, there's state laws, but also part of the state law is that when a public record goes out to the citizen, it has to state exactly what state statute caused that redaction. And so that's what they're not seeing when they're complaining online and in the community when we're out talking. What is the state statute that caused you to put that black mark across there, especially whether it's to do with a personnel issue or a police issue or a EMS issue? Is it's got to be stated in the public records request statement. And so that's in training the employees. That's very important to make sure it's done.
Thank you for that.
Sylvester Hall again. And like I said, the honeymoon is over. I can't, we can't hold the last administration, hostage for everything that happened. We can only look at it and see how we can learn from it and get better. But based on the things that I saw from the last administration and from department head here, when you come and you're representing that department, you're kind of one of the first line of defense for safety. Being properly staffed, that's paramount for our success in this community, period, being properly staffed. And so when we get to a level where we're so short so many employees, we say, how do we get there? There's got to be some things that need to be corrected, because we should never get there. We should never be where we at now, period. And we need strong department heads to come to you and say, I need this, and not be afraid of losing their jobs by saying that. So I'm saying, when we look at these things, let's look at them and let's be very serious, because it's the safety. Because if we don't have the people to do the jobs, then when we have a natural disaster, it just compounds things and we lose lives. And what I was talking about with the records before is the ponds. Look out when we have 2 or 3 days of rain, how over there on Hawaii, Piedmont, Recover High, the road is just flooded. And it's been going on for years. And so when I say, hey, look, who been doing the maintenance on these ponds? Because we had a workshop over at the VFW on the ponds. And so when I talk about staffing, and we have people in position to make sure these things are up to par, they need to do their job. They need to be given the equipment, the resources to do their job, and the personnel to do their job. So here again, I say the honeymoon time is over with. We don't want to sugarcoat and everybody forget what happened. No, because we'll be right back in the same situation. Just a different flavor of doing it. So now let's look at things and let's make a serious determination how we want to move forward. And give people opportunity to correct what was wrong. But after that, if the job is not being done, it's time to move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Rod Olson, just a couple of quick comments. One, the aspect of, much like the budget cycle, the wage benefit survey should be done every year, well in advance of the budget projection, so you can build around it. I, coming from a healthcare background, we did quarterly, because if we couldn't stay up with doctors, with nurses, and particularly with therapists, we did quarterly. And for a period of about 4 years in a row, we did monthly for therapists because there was so much competition. For our fire department and our police department, as agencies make these increases, I know this last year, I think both parts got additional ways. We need to stay on top of it and stay in front of it so we're in a position to compete. With regard to the aspect of self-funding your health plan, I'm very familiar with it. I'll share more information. I've talked to Joe about it before. We are able to expand coverage and reduce cost. Expand coverage and reduce costs. So something to look at. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'll tell you, as we progress through some of these presentations, you're going to see some much larger asks as we move forward, especially in personnel and in some capital projects as well. Commissioners, any questions from your end for this one?
I do. So thanks for that presentation. So just a few questions. So in regards to the salary and the compensation study, is that for every department, every
Yes.
employee?
Yes.
It's including
Every
the mayor and the
department.
commissioners
Did
as
we
well?
include the commission? We did.
Yes.
Discuss, yes. I made sure that was in
Yes.
there because I know that's something I want to make sure we have that discussion and just a finalization from the commission. Where are we setting it? How are we setting it? And let's just move forward with it. So we did make sure to keep.
Yeah, I did that. So they're going to compare
Compare.
other like cities and their process
Okay.
as well.
In addition, the telematics.
Just one note on that, not firefighters,
No,
because
oh,
they're
'cause that's a separate. Yeah, I know.
because they're
fire is separate.
contract union.
The union. I remember that. Okay. The telematics monitoring. So is that to decrease the overall? Let me go to. Let me see. 1 second. I know it's 1 second.
Okay, let me correct something, just a number in here. So the number of positions in 91 added, those are for the last 2 years.
So
You're talking about the telematics on the not fire trucks, on the sanitation trucks.
The video
sanitation
sanitation
yes.
trucks, yeah.
So is that like a device that's put on there?
It's a device.
Will
It's
it
a
help
device. It's got several cameras on it where it will look at different aspects of the driver. It takes a video of the driver, takes a video of the front, where they're going, and takes a video of the back and the sides.
Okay. And will
So-
that decrease the insurance costs because we're monitoring the drivers?
It may. We don't know yet. We're still in the infancy stage of looking into that.
And I think if I may, the rationale behind implementing this is I think we've recently had a few accidents, a few too many, more than average. So I think we're adding this to just track and make sure that we have the right people in the right seats, literally and figuratively.
Yeah, we're just looking at increasing safety and try to determine what's going on, what actually happened, so that we can put corrective action into play.
Okay. And you also mentioned something about the scanner. So there's one part-time employee that scans in all the documents. I know we talked about this last year as well.
Right.
It was something that was a concern. So that's still a concern?
Right.
Okay.
I'd like to make that person full-time,
Full-time.
a specialist.
Is that is that an addition to the other part-time position that you're seeking? Is that maybe two?
There is no other part-time
So that's
position.
that's the part-time for the scanner. The one
Right. The part-time is transferring, reorganizing that to a full-time.
Okay, for the scanner, that position.
Well, personnel records.
Personnel records.
So they don't just scan. They also,
Got it.
once they scan it, they file it.
Okay.
We have to keep personnel records for 50 years.
Some personnel records in it for the scanning. Okay. And you also mentioned about the clinic, but I didn't kind of grasp that. You were saying something about the clinic, about something with reducing costs with the clinic, or
So since we're with a consortium for healthcare, which means a group of, organizations go in for one health insurance. So we do not get credit for having a clinic. In other words, we don't, that clinic issues prescription drugs for individuals. They have x-ray machines, so they give x-rays there. So an individual, if they get hurt, it's advantageous for them to go. A lot of times, and especially in some of my other research that I've done, that individuals, if they get hurt, they don't want to go to the doctor. For one, they have to take off work to go to the doctor. They don't want to lose their pay. This way, they go to the clinic, they don't clock out. We pay them to go. to make sure that they go. They go, they see the doc, they get treated, and then they get released, depending on what the situation was. So it helps with also follow up. So it helps with our claims process as well online. So that brings down costs as far as our increases in insurance premiums because they come from the consortium.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that.
So this 6.5%, this is not always the same. Like I said, last year was 11.5, and I can't remember the year before. It was 12. 12 something, I believe.
That's all. Sorry. Thank you.
Commissioner Velasquez?
No.
Okay.
No,
we're moving along. Commissioner Ruth.
I took up time, didn't I?
I'm sorry.
Joe, would it be safe
Make
to
sure your
say
mic's on.
would it be safe to say our ID badge for the card would be coming soon?
I hope so. We're in design with that with
We
with
can blame that on
IT.
me again. That one, it was something to where I wanted to just rebrand it in some capacity, but then I understood that economic development may be working on it, kind of a rebrand in some capacity as well. So I didn't want to rush it and then have to do it again. So yes, they're coming.
Yeah, I just
But blame it on me, please.
if I accidentally said it beside somebody, if my other commissioner,
Just
I wouldn't.
If you really if you really need one with
Stick-
a picture ID, I can give you a generic one if that's what you want. So
I
we
just wanted to
we
make
can
sure
do that.
I didn't do nothing wrong.
No,
No.
that's my fault. The
No, I
lady's on
think
mine.
we had that conversation the other day as well.
That's a good
Yeah,
idea.
I mean,
Yeah.
That's what she does.
I just put my business.
Just put something inside.
Okay.
Does the city supply us with business cards? Or
I
do
did
we
my
have
own
our
business
The
card.
delay is also on my end.
Yes.
That one you can blame me on again.
Look,
I was going to
I'm not-
redesign it, and
I'm
it
not
didn't.
begging for nothing. I just wanted to make sure.
No,
that
those
was
are.
at the
I
top
actually
of
got my
my-
own card.
I think they got
I
ordered
make my
today,
own
yesterday,
cards.
somewhere this week. They've been ordered, so they're coming as well.
Yeah.
No complaints on my end. Staff's been fantastic.
I appreciate
want to
that.
tell all of you that.
They work hard.
Yes, they do.
They do. So I just had a quick question. First of all, you're a part-time person that scans. I see where she works, and if you haven't had the opportunity to see that, she needs kudos for sure.
Yep.
But I did have a question in terms of to piggyback Commissioner Anderson's question on the Telmex. Are you looking at all the fleet to equip this camera to all the trucks in the
And
fleet?
we're looking at that right now. We're looking at sanitation with Josh. I'm not sure if Christy had a conversation with him yet, so I'm surprising him right now. But we are looking at that along with our carrier to see if that maybe help us with rates next year. We don't know.
Is there a specific area in which these accidents are happening?
I don't have that information.
And I just say that is that
Yeah.
maybe that could be your focus in terms of these need to be equipped first, just based on accidents, historical.
I would say
Reports.
sanitation is the big one because those trucks are so large
Right.
and they have a lot of obstacles to overcome. Josh could probably speak to that more than I can, but it's a difficult job to one try to get through some of those streets, especially if another car is parked there. And as the mayor said, we just had an accident not too long ago where somebody ran into a car and there was a witness. However, if we had a camera, that would have been a lot better.
Right.
So
I just say that in case that we can't put on all the fleets, at least we can focus on where is most of our accidents, and then we can
yes,
start from there.
yes, that's what we're targeting
Yeah, okay.
first. Yeah.
Sounds good.
So
Thank you. That's all I had.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
thank you. Everybody.
IT. Mr. Hippler.
That wasn't 7 minutes.
It wasn't, so I'm glad you noticed.
That was not
So
7
now
minutes.
you will stay on it.
That was
Excellent.
not 7 minutes
Good
at
to
all.
see. 7 minutes again.
All right. Mayor, Commissioners, Robert Hippler, Information Technology Director. I will make this as painless as possible, and I'm actually going to progress my slides unlike the other individuals. Our department currently has 10 positions in it. We have 11 budgeted for it. Unfortunately, Public Services has one of our folks right now and they will take over his salary, I believe, in the coming budget. So we will be filling that spot. We do anything and everything. As you see, we play helter skelter, Russian relay with the media system here. Sometimes it doesn't want to work, and getting it come back up. They did a great job. My staff of 9 people, including myself, I would say I have the best individuals that work for the city. Everybody in here is awesome. I've worked with everybody in here, but I will tell you my staff is amazing, and I appreciate every one of them. Again, we do networking, cybersecurity. We are embedded into each department. Anything they do technology-wise, we're involved with it. We do the best we can with what we actually have, the dollar-wise. We don't always get, I say everything we want. It's not everything we want, everything we would love to have. But, you know, it is a tax dollar budget that we run here. So we have to be conscious of what we're taking and what we need and what we can operate on. So we also lead on the implementation planning, support of any operations going on. We have a huge multi-year, multi-million dollar implementation going on for the ERP. That's going to span through the entire city. The idea on that at the end of the game, and this year will start as well as next year, is to get rid of some of the solutions we have, some of the software solutions that'll be redundant. There'll be cost savings in that, and hopefully we'll have a better solution that works much better integrated. I'm purposely talking fast. I talk fast normally, but I'm going to try to get everything out that I want for you. Everybody can read this portion of it. We deliver anything and everything from IP, whether it's inside a building wired or outside wirelessly. Half of our city infrastructure is a wireless shot. We do not have fiber to each of those locations, and I'll touch on that later. That is going to be a long-term goal for us to get fiber to these locations. It is fairly expensive per mile to get it in the ground, but currently we have 6 towers that provide voice and data throughout the city for our line fire stations 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The Gilliam, or not the Gilliam, that's on fiber. The Grossenbacher water treatment plant, all of Northwest Rec is under a tower point-to-point shot. We are operating a 6 gigahertz band license radio that we actually just had the radios upgraded at each of the towers. They still have one to do out at Station 2. Providing us with a gig of bandwidth in every direction. If we lose a tower, we send data back the opposite direction. So it is a pretty resilient, and it also allows us to put, if we need an internet device or we need a camera out in the middle of nowhere, as long as I can get power, I can get data to it. So that is a nice part about it. However, I'd love to have fiber out there. This past year, we've been working on our cybersecurity, enhancing that. We have a pretty good culture within the organization. It can be better. It can always be better. Our biggest enemy is ourselves. We are our weakest link going to it. Our outside vision, I guess, our look from the outside is pretty solid. Internally, people can be fooled. And that's the biggest issue is somebody plays down to it. They get an email from a compromised email account and they say, oh, I can't know this person. They respond back to it. They click on it, executable or try to. And next thing you know, their account's taken over. So can we continue to push out training? We do phishing emails indiscriminately. They go out and we get a good response to the help desk whenever that happens. So I know they're paying attention. Also, we are working on replacing our SAN switches, which connect our storage to our servers. It gives high-speed connectivity to that. So we're actually upgrading that. We're in the middle of that process right now. As I mentioned, the Tyler implementation, that will be going on for probably the foreseeable future, at least another year and a half. On the website, we have a accessibility solution set up. The DOJ had a rule go into place that on April 24th of this year, PDFs on your website were supposed to be mandatory, ADA compliant, meaning assistive technology can read them. They have since kicked that scan down the road, but anyone that we put on our website, we've been making it, the actual ones we put on, they are ADA compliant, 100% compliant. Some of the ones that we are having to deal with, and the pain points are the ones that come through the agenda. Outside documents, if something's not alt texted, or if there's a document that comes in as an image, if it's scanned, creates issues for the end users using assistive technology. So we use a solution right now that's actually real time. We'll convert a document for it. It's very accurate, and I'm very optimistic that it's going to help in the future. Camp Weewa, we were asked to get a connectivity out there. So when we go out there to relax and get away from life, we have internet still out there to make sure everybody's still in touch with each other. Orange County Tower site, we had an additional site for the utility building to get another metering out there for the west side of the city as they were getting some issues out there. Our backup appliance for disaster recovery, that was upgraded as well. The last one was 3 years back. Code enforcement, as mentioned, or I don't know if they mentioned it yet, the police department will. They're going into a implementation, which possibly will be kicking off the next couple of weeks to get out of their existing solution they have. In our new building, we were kicked out by the finance department of our building due to rapid growth over there, and so we are now over in the old chamber building. minute 55. Current initiatives, as I mentioned, there's a code enforcement that's kicking off. Susan mentioned to you that there is a lean search implementation going on, which is going to interface with our existing ERP, and at some point will have to be moved over to the new one we're going to. So that's going to be another process. It'll be simple getting it there initially, but it's going to have to change again. Utility billing is looking for additional tower sites to get onto. And again, as I mentioned, we have our 6 personal towers here that we'll be getting on some of those locations where we're seeing disparate readings. Building department for their building processes, they have a high call volume up there for calls coming in asking about permitting. So we're looking at streamlining some of that process using some AI into that one. That'll be voice as well as chat. Full sentences coming into it, able to send you text message. And of course, we need to do it in a cautious approach with the proliferation of AI. It can be the next thing since sliced bread. You can create cute videos with it. It can also be the worst weapon they can have out there. So we will have a cautious approach with this, and they will be the first ones to go in with it. VMS solution, I need video management solution to house all of the data coming in from the cameras we currently have. The system we have is actually a crime center. It's a video wall that's not meant to do what it's currently doing. There's a lot of issues with it that we cannot maintain and manage. The cameras show up in it, but yet they're not working, and we get a call on it. We're like, it looks like it's up, and then we look at the camera's up, but it's not up in the system. So if we're going to be in charge of maintaining and ensuring that the video is there and being recorded all the time, I will need a solution for it. It's not a huge amount, but it is a cost. Data storage expansion. We're looking to increase that as well, as our flash array is it's about 60% full. That's not a huge expenditure as well, but that's something that we need to get going in the system. And lastly, on this portion, network penetration testing, I'm looking to get another round of that coming in. The last one was 2 years back from the findings. Long-term goals, master plan from the comprehensive plan we did, the strategic plan we did, completing that. We also need to develop a communications department for internal and external communications so that we're getting a focused message out to the public and ensure that the message is getting to everybody. As I mentioned, extending municipal fiber to all locations, city buildings, and anything new happening out on the northwest side of the city that is not yet hit for us. If they can be identified to me, Wi-Fi in public spaces, if there's a defined 100% this is the downtown city center, we can start looking at putting access points in those locations. And I await the direction for that and the discussions on that. SCADA network itself, they're looking to get away from the existing RF model they're using, go to cellular. That's going to require some VPNs on our part, as well as getting the data in from each of their lift station locations. And the Harmon Road Communications Tower, built in the late 80s, it is aging. I'm waiting for a report back from the last inspection I have to tell us that it's going to cost this much to remediate, or what they're going to recommend for us, but it is coming to end of life. It is a 50-year PI-rod tower with 50-year galvanization. We're not at that 50-year, but it is showing some sign of replacement time. I think that's it.
Very good. Public comment. Any comments from the public for IT?
Mr. Hippler is always available to answer questions that are going on in IT and very responsive, and I appreciate that. As Mr. McKimmey brought up, it would be fantastic if we could add technology that citizens can access, because so many do not have printers. They do not have access to the internet. They have flip phones. They don't know how to use technology. And if there was a place that they could pop in and do some research. Also, the availability of public access instead of having to go through the city clerk's office for as many documents as possible would be appreciated, especially documents that are public record, that they should be out there and people should be able to search for them, and making them more easily available is important. And then getting rid of the ID or at the front door.
Thank you.
Just one quick observation. We discussed the advent of using AI, and I realize it's not really something that I would advocate normally for, because I know just how dangerous it is. But if there's public records that are already in a file that don't need any redaction or anything, can we not formulate some way of using AI if there's a terminal within the city to allow the public to get direct access to those records because they're flagged, and an AI system will allow us to get access to them, even if it's just within the city.
I think it's a great point. Thank you, Mr. McKimmon.
Sylvester Hall. When I say the honeymoon is over, the honeymoon is over. But it's not all bad. Me and this gentleman had many a sidebar conversation, and I'm looking forward to seeing the great things that you're going to do moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Anybody else? All right, commissioners.
No, I have a lot of questions, but I'll just ask you off the record.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because it's a lot. I don't want for the sake of time.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes, and again, anytime you guys want to meet with department heads and staff to ask questions, please do.
Yeah, I'll just wait.
Commissioner Velasquez?
No, the same thing. I'm just trying to get through
Through it.
this.
Yeah, get through it.
Appreciate that. Commissioner Root?
That 7 minutes was awesome. I'm wiped out. I was trying to keep up with it, and you did
It's very
great job.
I don't have questions. I just have a comment. I just want you to know that I put in my requests and I'm advocating for you guys because I know it's needed, and your team is truly phenomenal in doing more with less, and I appreciate that.
Okay. Then I'll just give you a couple of some of the things I heard coming up here, and I can answer questions while we're going through on it. But putting a kiosk out, looking into our email archive is something we can certainly do. But I don't have a way of stopping you from looking at privileged communications, unfortunately. So that would be something that we'd have to take into consideration. That if you have access to one, you have access to see everything.
And I think I think the conversation is more so with kind of the ones that don't need a redaction, that aren't protected, stuff that. Sure. Maybe it's budgets or something along those lines. Yep. Maybe allowing that easy access to, and then those other ones maybe do have to go through the process. So just streamlining, I think, and we can talk offline more about that.
Okay. The AI portion, that's also going to open some Pandora's box on public records request. So anything that could be potentially put into that could be subject to public records. Chats, if you're developing documents, projects, that's going to start getting into the weeds of public records itself. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but just we have to know that's going to happen. And we also need to look at, who's storing the data, who keeps the data, where's the data being stored at, are they using trained models, what are they doing with that data? So I know there's a lot of push for it. We're looking at Copilot to bring that in because that would be engaged with our tenant. And I believe we do have some sort of retention on anything that would be put into the system through that. We would certainly ensure that happens before so. Okay. And I think there was something else somebody mentioned. Records for, so we use Laserfish. We're a Laserfish shop. They have the ability to have a public portal on that. The documents could be put in there. We don't have that portion of it, the licensing on it, but that is something that we have in place that could easily be added for a cost, and that could possibly happen. The documents would have to be scanned in there, identified, and again, if it's something that's subject to records, or if it's redacted, that would be done ahead of time.
Okay.
So
understood.
So that we have parts.
Commissioner Ruth has a. Make sure your mic's on.
Is there any way that we can have calendar requests from public, from department heads? Because there's events that go on throughout the entire city.
He talked about that.
Some people get, some people don't, and then you run into them and they said, well, we were disappointed you didn't show up, and I was like, I didn't know nothing about it.
That's something that's actually being worked on right now. The city administrator's actually gotten with me on that to have a calendar so that you all are making sure that you are all getting to the invites for the same thing.
Yeah, the goal is that it's on all your calendars. You may have 3 events at the same exact time, at the same exact day, and you pick which ones, but at least you know about it. So that's definitely a high priority for us. Absolutely. Thank you. All right, moving along. Mrs. Forbes, Economic Development. The walking down counts as your time. Just kidding. Please take your time.
Good evening, Antoinette Forbes, Economic Development Director. I will attempt to speak as fast as Mr.
Just
Hibbler.
speak a little louder.
Absolutely. How's this?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So, economic development. I have control over this, right? I just felt it buzz. So under economic development, we also handle the CRA. So I'm going to do economic development first and then pause, and then I'll handle the CRA to give time to absorb. So, as a department overview, we look at attracting new investments, supporting our existing businesses, as well as fostering a resilient, diverse, and competitive business environment. And the way we do that is I always look at it as three aisles on a stove. So, there is the business attraction piece, which is how do we get new investment into the city? There's the business retention and expansion. How do we help our existing businesses stay and grow? There's the workforce development. How do we help our upcoming talent pipeline? That is our graduating seniors and juniors and ones who are either college bound or trade school or even to start their own business. How do we foster them so that they stay within the community, again, for economic prosperity? And then the fourth eye would be entrepreneurial ecosystem, which is how do we hopefully create the next line of entrepreneurs that will invent or improve a product or service that would, again, help our local economy. So, under highlights and priorities, we have started doing a series of events for a couple of purposes. Primarily, it's to introduce ourselves to the community, but it's also to bring some of the resources that are available to our business community who may or may not know about it. So, our goal is to do at least one event per quarter. In January, we hosted the opportunity Apopka Business Resource Expo, where we had over 30 business resource providers, regional providers, and we had businesses from all across the city to come where we connected the dots. We also established a partnership with the National Entrepreneurship Center, of which they will help us provide that content programming. We also had the How to Do Business with the Dominican Republic, which is to help our local businesses learn how to trade outside of not just the Apopka, but outside of the U.S., so that hopefully there is a new source of revenue stream. We also relaunched our commercial real estate base. So in August, when I arrived, we had about 7 properties listed on that inventory. Right now, we're close to 150. So we are constantly feeding more properties into that area because the majority of the time, when site selectors are looking at your city, they've already identified a site before you get the call. And so, how do we help them find that site? We have that database readily available. We also launched our Economic Development Monthly newsletter, of which you all should be recipients of that. We also initiated what's called site visits or BRE visits. That's where we as staff go out and meet with businesses individually, find out what their needs are, and see how we can hopefully help connect the dots with them. So that could be anything and everything. So the conversation usually starts with, tell me about your business, and then more importantly, tell me what you need help with. We've also initiated business surveys, which anyone who is a business owner, I hope you fill it out. We are still getting responses from that. So those business surveys help us determine future programming as well as what our budget would look like so we know what program we need to put in place. We've also expanded our department from 1 to 3 people as of this year. And then we've also provided 10 cases of business assistance. That's where businesses contact us and tell us they need assistance with something, whether it's identifying a site, maybe they need access to data of which we can provide, maybe they need help with how do I identify who my market share is. We can help with all of that. And then the retail recruitment strategy is our agreement we have with an outsourced company that helps us identify potential retailers and restaurants to come into the area. Under our priorities. So we have several priorities. So if I have not said, this is a relatively new department, so there will be lots of plans as we build out in the future. So one of the primary plans is our retail and industrial recruitment. That is, how do we get new businesses into the area? And then coupled with that would be location intelligence software. That is software that helps support site selection. So that can tell us, we can do geofencing that helps us identify what the demographics are, what is the consumer tapestry, what is the spending patterns, what is the purchasing power in that area. So then we can identify where those residents are going or visits are going and how they are spending their money. That then helps us identify who or what businesses we should recruit into our area because that is what's called retail leakage. We also need to look at business data collection and analytics. Again, that helps us determine market data and help us determine what strategy in order to identify our appropriate target industries. Under proactive business engagement. That's for our existing businesses. So one of the things that is very critical in economic development is you want to make sure there's a balance between trying to attract new businesses into the area and making sure that you engage and cultivate a long-standing relationship with your existing businesses, so that hopefully the new businesses that you bring in would identify maybe some of an what do you call ancillary markets where they can have B2B, and I'm trying to use acronyms, where they have business to business opportunities to connect and hopefully build new customer base. Our incentive program development alignment. So at this point, we don't have a formalized incentive program. And so, if we do not have incentives, we do not have specific um, properties that we are looking to potentially sell, lease, or do a P3, we need to have something that incentivizes companies to come. And so, we do need to look at a more formalized incentive program with an associated budget that goes with it. Our downtown and corridor activation, which is hand in hand with under our CRA, because not just the CRA, but just how do we need to identify specific corridors within the city that we would like to improve in terms of the commercial activation. And then marketing and branding, which was mentioned. So Apopka needs to have a brand. How do we identify ourselves? When you drive through the city, there should be visibility that shows kind of who we are and defines what's our story. Also, so under new initiatives and under new initiatives and programs, so communications and branding. So once we identify what our brand is and what that means, we now need to do storytelling and make sure that we spotlight not just our existing businesses, but also we are out marketing who Apopka is. I mentioned about incentive programming, also about trade and export initiatives that goes for our existing businesses. How do we help them identify outside market share, but also we will begin doing trade mission trips where we now go out to other countries and regions and try to recruit their businesses to come here. Under small business and entrepreneurship support, that is anything in the lines of technical and financial assistance that supports our smaller businesses. SBA defines our smaller businesses as any business under 500 people, and so that is the bulk of the businesses that we have in Apopka. Downtown activation program, which I will speak about a little bit more into the CRA, but to define our downtown in a way that produces more foot traffic, which will hopefully support our local businesses. P3s, also known as public-private partnerships, in order to leverage private investment to help with some of our projects so that not all projects are completely reliant on city funding. And then technology and systems modernization. So the implementation of a CRM, which is basically a database that helps us identify the business that we've been speaking to, track that relationship, to be able to say, hey, we spoke last month. I sent you a couple of potential properties. Where did we go with that? So it's a lot more sophisticated than just keeping an Excel spreadsheet of businesses that we've spoken to. So this is the last slide.
You're doing great.
So under funding, which this goes in hand with the incentive program, but making sure that as we establish programming, that it is something that is sustainable and performance based. So it simply just cannot be tied to a one-time cash infusion, but there are clawback provisions that are tied to it. There are jobs that needs to be created and maintained or retained better. Downtown redevelopment activation, which we've spoke about, hopefully providing catalytic projects that will strengthen the urban core, target industry growth and diversification, small business and entrepreneur ecosystem expansion, P3s, enhancing our quality of life and placemaking investments, as well as organizational capacity and systems growth. So one thing that I didn't mention is that while economic development has now been assigned 2 additional staffers, they do need training. So that training right now, I am providing them that training, but we do need to give them a little bit more intense training, both in the areas of economic development as well as in redevelopment. And so that is something we need to make sure that we continue to invest in our staff so that we have the utmost up-to-date information, particularly as There are guidelines and programs that change on a federal level that can affect our ability to market Apopka. And one example I'll give you is, for example, opportunity zones. So now they have been revised. There's opportunity zones 2.0, and we need to make sure that now we're properly trained in all the specifics that go with it so that we can market that area again, that this is the destination business location. So with that, oh, last thing I think I didn't mention is that we also include under activities the youth council, and we also do BTRs. So our goal under economic development is to position Apopka as the most competitive, business-friendly destination in Central Florida. And I'm available for questions.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Mhm.
Public comment? Anybody would wish to comment on this?
Ms. Forbes, on your second slide that you had with the organizer and is that the one? Yeah, on the third line there.
Mr. Bell, can you just make sure you're speaking in the mic?
Oh,
Sorry.
oh, okay. On the third line, organizing how to do business with the Dominican Republic. Since this last city council have gotten rid of DEI, and with the recent legislation coming out of Tallahassee with the DEI legislation, how do this square by putting this in the budget? Do that affect that in any kind of way?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
If you have comments, then I'm happy to
Yeah,
comment as well on that.
yeah.
Okay. So specifically, this event was geared to what's called basically it's export. It is how to export your good or service to another country. In this case, it would be the Dominican Republic. So this is not a DEI initiative. This is a business expansion initiative. This is how do you help your business learn how to procure additional market share. So, and now I'm going to speak very generally. Most of the time, small businesses, they rely on traditional markets, traditional being your walk-in traffic, your local residents and such. But there's a whole other market share that's out there that you may not be aware of. And so the point of this event in particular was to showcase, hey, did you know that there are programs available both at the state level and a regional level that can help you sell your good or service to another country? And not just help you sell it, they can help you come up with a marketing plan. They can help introduce you to other potential purchasers of your supplies or your goods or services. They can help you identify as well as how to negotiate the terms of that agreement. They can also help you schedule meetings, and you can and travel to another country, and they will help connect you with that potential procurer of your good or service. So a lot of businesses may not know that, and all those services I mentioned, by the way, are at little to no cost to businesses. So the point of that event and events that are like that of how to do business with is not DEI. It is how to help you expand your potential customer base.
And thank you for that. And I think the overarching too is that with our attorney involved in almost every step, we're going to have to be very delicate with how we proceed on any initiatives in that capacity. Any other comments?
Just a quick comment. It's hand in hand with the economic development director's position, how the public perceive the administration. And the feel good factor in Apopka just now is so intense that in the space of a week, I've spoken to 5 developers who now want to move back into Apopka.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else from public? Commissioners, what you got? Nothing?
I have a question. I've been quiet up here. You know that I have been asking over and over again a list of our warehouses. Who's in business? Which ones are empty? And what are we looking for our warehouses? What are we trying to attract? And what kind of skilled labor are we looking for? And are we in partnership at all with any of these new businesses that are in our warehouses that have any training programs that we can share with the high schools?
So yes, you are correct. You have asked that several times.
Yes.
You have. And so I will tell you that the relationship I have with our warehouses is at its embryonic stages. And for whatever reason that is, part of the process is cultivating a relationship with them that they feel comfortable enough having these very honest discussions about what is the condition of the property, who has been at potential interest in their property, how the city can assist them with their property. So that is something that I am working on. That is the short version of it.
Okay.
I can tell you that of some of the I have reached out to several, some of the larger companies here, and they have had some concerns of which now we're starting to kind of let's talk about it and figure out if there's a way that we can address them. And then we've also had conversations about, okay, how can we move forward? What are your future expansion plans, if there are any? Why did you choose Apopka? Do you intend to stay? So that's part of that relationship building.
Okay.
But I did not forget your request about
Uh,
who was in the
Yeah,
warehouses.
I mean,
Hmm.
they're filling up our warehouses, but I know I drive and I'm going, oh, that's a new warehouse that
Hmm.
just got. Um, are they leasing? Are they buying the warehouses? I mean, I don't even know if they're leasing, because then if they're leasing, they could be in business for 2 or 3 years and pack up and leave. And if we don't have a relationship with them, um, because we want them to stay, but we
Correct.
also want them to create jobs.
Correct.
And that's something that I like to track. How many jobs are they creating in our city?
You are correct. And I can get you this information as far as the number of jobs that are in Apopka as a whole. We can do it by zip code. We can do it, we can geofence it. But that for that specific area, that would require communication directly with those companies or the warehouse owners, of which I am still cultivating that relationship.
Okay.
Commissioner Anderson? Thank you. And one quick comment. It seems like it may be advantageous to prioritize the incentive program to incentivize people to chat with you, to give you that information. So maybe we build that out sooner rather than later,
Mhm.
and see what that looks like overall, and see if that aligns with what the commissioners want to see as well.
Mhm.
And then that may be something that makes the most sense as we progress and be able to get a little more quality data, things of that nature.
Mhm.
Awesome. Thank you. Switch over to CRA.
Okay, so the CRA, and this is very brief, although I'm sure you guys are already aware. So the CRA is primarily a dependent, special dependent district, which is committed to eliminating slum and blight, stimulating private investment, and fostering economic growth within a very specific area of the city. So that means economic development and business growth, that is community revitalization and placemaking, that is infrastructure and public improvements, and investment and incentive programs. So, as you all know, or we'll soon find out that every couple of years the CRAs kind of come under attack. And so it is always important for us to showcase the things that we do to show the important work that redevelopment is. So, but also what happens every couple of years is that the statute changes a little bit. It tweaks a little bit more because there are some bad characters. And so, unfortunately, that starts to restrict some of the things that we can do that we may have previously been able to do and now we cannot do. And I'll just give the example because we do have some new commissioners. So, for example, CRAs long ago used to be able to use money for marketing and events and such, and we cannot do that anymore. So, for highlights and priorities under housing and neighborhood investment, we have our REWRAP program, which awarded 35 homes. And I'm sorry, let me back because again we do have some new commissioners. So, our REWRAP program, which is our residential renovation assistance program, provides exterior improvements to properties within the CRA. That's everything from roofs to doors to windows, landscaping, ADA improvements, driveways, that sort of thing. So, we awarded 35 homes which included 15 roofs and 588 projects. To date, this is actually, we have now completed 14 homes as of yesterday. 960,000 was funded, 6,700 was private investment. That means that they went over the amount of max award that was available, so they put in their additional amount. Under FRAP, which is the Facade Renovation Assistance Program, that is the same program, but that's for commercial property. So we assisted 5 businesses this year. as well as for policy and planning. So the CRA's annual report, in which at this point, when we talk about there's all these different policy developments and improvements that keeps happening on the CRA, we have several reports we now have to do, but one of the annual reports, which is required to be submitted to the not just to the county, but also submitted to the state, is our annual report, which basically talks about all the things that we've done for the year. So that was completed. It's due March 30th, the 31st, 31 days in March. I don't know, by the end of March. So that was submitted in time and in compliance. We also, the board adopted its work plan, which was in compliance with House Bill 7013, which required that not just a work plan, but also performance metrics have to be reported each year by December. So before we can report performance metrics, we need to establish what are we reporting on. And that's what that work plan is, of which the CRA board adopted, which is in direct correlation with the adopted budget. We also, the board approved the revision of some of the incentive programs, which we increased the maximum award amount. So under the FRAP, and the BCAP, which is the Building Code Assistance Program, we increased from 5,000 to 10,000. We also changed to a directed contractor payment model. We increased the completion deadline from 6 months to a year, and we also added appeals criteria and updated the process. For downtown and public spaces, it was the completion of the Phase 1 Apopka Trail. We also completed, and by we, I mean in partnership with the Parks Department, as the CRA funded these projects, the resurfacing of the basketball courts at Alonzo Williams Park, as well as the construction of the downtown Park has begun, which you've probably seen it if you've parked out front, and the completion of the skate park and pump track. Under community impact and activation, it is where the CRA is funding officers on the weekends in the downtown. So happy to report from Q1 2025 to Q1 2026, there was a 33% reduction in overall crime, and we relaunched the CRA newsletter. So for priorities, under the planning and policy, we need to update our CRA master plan. That is something that will be outsourced because it needs to reflect the current market conditions and redevelopment opportunities. And in order for us to establish what programs and projects we will need to do, it needs to be reflected in our master plan. If it's not in our master plan, we can't do it. And so that plan needs to be updated. It also needs to include design standards, which the CRA board has emphatically stated that it's important to have design standards as we do improvements. It has a continuity in the aesthetic. Under redevelopment investment strategy, we need to expand property acquisition in order to assemble key projects for development. That goes in line with those P3 projects, and also being able to have the CRA having assets so that when the CRA sunsets, that will still be able it will transfer now to the city, and the city will still be in the capacity to negotiate for new development and hopefully help dictate the type of development that it would like. We also need to advance our target P3 opportunities under infrastructure and capital projects. We need to invest in more roadway, sidewalk, lighting, and drainage improvements to support the redevelopment. Also enhance our gateway corridors and streetscapes. Again, that's identifying so when you are in the CRA, you can actually tell you are in a particular district. And also align our infrastructure improvements with target redevelopment areas and economic development goals. Under parks and public spaces, to work to implement park improvements and upgrades to expand recreational activities. As you know, there's a tie-in between parks and green space and economic development. Also, the creation of, like I said, a distinct CRA identity that reflects the community's character and vision, and integrate trail connections and open space improvements. Under community support and neighborhood investment, to launch a homeowner down payment assistance program that supports home ownership as well as neighborhood stability, so that as we start improving the CRA district, that we will make sure that no one is necessarily housed out, or there's the opportunity for folks to invest into the very area of which they are already a part of. Also introducing a new community policing and safety partnership initiative. That is extremely important because the statute talks about community policing, and it expressly uses the term innovative policing strategies. So what are we doing that's hopefully different, that we maintain that decrease in overall crime, but also we have what's important called a perceived safety. So it's not just having the numbers, but also residents, visitors alike, and businesses feel a sense of safety in the CRA. Organizational excellence and capacity building. So that is investing in staff certifications and professional development, so that, like I said, our existing staff is well versed in the CRA as well as the upcoming changes that happen. So they have already been provided kind of a fundamental training knowledge, of which I provided them, but there is a state organization, the Florida Redevelopment Association, that offers formalized training, which is also certificate based, of which it's important that they go through that process, as well as enhance cross department coordination to improve service delivery and project execution. It's extremely important that we realize in economic development and our CRA that our customers are not just external, but also internal, our other departments. So I think we can service our customers overall better if we have a better idea of what other departments do and how we can work better collaboratively. So that is under capacity building of how we can do some cross training and hopefully provide better overall service. So this is kind of a snapshot over the next 5 years of what our priorities or what that looks like and how we get there, or what I call what is success and how do we recognize it when we get there. So we talked about the master plan, adopting design standards, launching a CRA brand and marketing strategy, implementing revised incentive programs, beginning the homeowner down payment assistance program in the community policing, looking at property acquisition and beginning staff certifications. In year 2 to 3, we will complete that master plan and hopefully begin prioritizing projects, advancing P3 projects, as well as identifying properties, hopefully to create an asset inventory of properties that are available, implementing infrastructure improvements, hopefully ones that are already in line or in tandem rather with our existing CIP projects. Also beginning park and public space upgrades and placemaking projects, rolling out our historic markers and wayfinding program, and activating the CRA branding through marketing campaigns. In years 3 to 5, look at catalytic redevelopment projects that promote mixed-use development, as well as measurable result increases in private investment, because that's what CRAs are about, right? That we're putting in public dollars, hopefully to recruit a private investment to come in and increase the property values, and the CRAs fund themselves. It's cyclical. Establish a fully realized design districts, and also expanding housing and neighborhood stabilization outcomes, and positioning the CRA as a competitive investment ready district with strong market identity. So with that, we hope to build momentum from planning to implementation to transformation within our CRA, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Before I open up to the public, I just want to make one comment for us. We're sitting as a commission right now, not the CRA board. So as you ask questions, be mindful of that we're not sitting as a CRA board. So just keep that in mind. So please, public comment. Anybody have any comments specific to CRA?
Roger Zabecki, 7 West Main Street. I just have one particular question, observation when it comes to CRA. The council members or the CRA board with additional people on it. Is it possible that you guys can just put in a whole new board, or does it have to always be city council? Because me personally, I think it's a conflict. That's my thought. Thanks.
So I did ask that same exact question as I came in, and from my understanding, it's statutorily required that the council does sit as the CRA board as well, because I had a similar thought. Thank you for your comments and questions.
It's so hard to get the information out when there's so many avenues of information, and some people only pay attention to WhatsApp, or some people only pay attention to Facebook, or some people only read the newspaper. It's so hard to get that information out, and people have to apply to get the city newsletter, and people have to apply to get the CRA newsletter. So there's no one source that the majority of the citizens get. If they're renters, they don't get the water bill. So they get no utility bill with a newsletter in it. And there's a lot of renters. Um, and so that information, we got to find some way to meet them, and get them the information. Now, when it comes to vendors, and we've talked about different ways of selecting vendors, and it goes back to your businesses, is years ago, when I was an ambassador with the chamber, we would come and get from the city clerk the list of the businesses in the community, but it didn't have the warehouses you're talking about, things like that, unless that business registered, you know, um, and who they were and what they did. It just had a name and an address. Um, what would be wonderful, and the chamber does not meet this, they only advertise the people who pay them a fee, is a directory, public directory, which used to be called the phone book, the yellow pages, of and sortable of all the businesses in town, including the warehouses, including the people, the realtors and the construction people that either live here or have a business address here, instead of those ones that tag on the website that that they serve Apopka and they actually live in Gainesville. Their office is in Gainesville. Apopka based businesses and service people and products. That's all that goes on the Apopka website that we can go to and sort for contractors, vendors, products. And you could have it that to be listed, they need to be vetted, so you could have a fee for that vetting. Because I did get taken by a company, $50,000. They were at a fair here. They had a big, beautiful display. They were in a magazine, and they were frauds.
I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you for your comments, and I think that falls more under the economic development side than CRA, but definitely well received. Thank you.
Rod Olson, my only comment is with the CRA process, it's good to see the money's being expended now, but each year, we have it reduced because we don't spend it, because it's been treated like my daughter-in-law, sister-in-law, sister's cousin's niece, and we need to make priority, whether or not we staff it specifically for this, or we put more hours into it, but we need to spend the money and or abandon the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Commissioners, any questions specific to CRA?
I have a question. So I see that the phase 1 of the Apopka Trail is on its way. So is that the sidewalk right in front of the fire station right here? Where's that at?
Commissioner, phase 1's completed. It runs behind Alonzo Williams Park, down Hawthorne, up Michael Gladden.
Okay.
There is some funding for additional phases. We have some conceptuals on that.
Okay.
So if it's the wish of the CRA board to continue that project, we can certainly pick that back up.
Wonderful. Maybe perhaps have like a ribbon cutting if we haven't had one, to tell the community that we have this trail that opened up, and that they're invited to visit it and make an opportunity for the community to come out and participate.
It's a good idea. Thank you. Commissioner Ruth?
Is the intent of the CRA to be fully walkable? Right now, the majority of the CRA is walking the street.
I don't think we can have a conversation.
I think if you press your button there.
There we go. So that is something that can be addressed in the master plan. if the board wants to create a completely walkable CRA, then we can specify that in the master plan, and then we can put a budget to it and establish an actual project.
I was just trying to put an asterisk by some of the things that might make that approach a little more palatable in the CRA. If people could actually walk the sidewalks and see some of the older homes that are here, especially if
Right.
we're investing in them.
Right. So I will tell you that the master plan process will not just be with the CRA board. It is very much community driven. So there has to be several community meetings as part of that in order to garner what is the kind of basically the will of the community, along with the preferences of the CRA board in order to create this collective master plan. There's also a lot of data collection that goes with it. So if the community, for example, were to say that they thought that there was an increase in crime, let's say, then there has to be a lot of data that actually justifies that. It's called a findings of necessity. And then based on that, it can then be included into your master plan of, yes, because this data says that there is a high crime, that now you can create programming that addresses it. So there are several parts to it that includes the community input, the CRE board input, as well as specified businesses. And then there's the data collection that goes with it as well.
Commissioner Velasquez?
So I'm always asking the same question. That downtown center, that residential, are we moving any closer to them turning dirt? This has been going on for about 4 years.
The downtown center?
Which project?
It's the
You talking about the
yeah, that's in the CRA.
CRA? Yeah.
Station Street.
Yeah, the Station Street.
Yes.
Right
Okay.
there, Station Street.
Okay.
Yeah, we're reviewing that contract again with
Yes.
Mayor Nesta.
I'd
And
like to just see it
So
I
and
understood.
then put it back out because we're going on 4 years, and we need the foot traffic there.
Understood.
mean-
So one of the things we are getting Mayor Nesta up to speed on the background of that agreement. We're reviewing that agreement again, and we'll be forward to the council, or commission, very soon on some updates.
Is
Because
it
I
with the
know-
commission or the CRA that's
That
I
is
believe that's
part
with
of
the
the
commission.
CRA.
I believe that's with the commission.
that's
Okay.
a commission. Yeah, that's
Okay.
a commission.
Okay.
yes,
That's-
we're looking at deep diving.
Because that's
Oh, you are?
interesting.
Yes.
That's, yeah, I've been
That's been
keeping
for-
track of that. That's 4 years. This year, 4 years.
Yes.
And we need it in order to
Right.
build our downtown. I mean, the one toward 441 Southwick is almost done,
Mhm.
and but we don't have anything to bring them up to here. So that one was promising a community center. It promised a whole, apartments, retail, and a community center. And it's we're going on 4 years. Okay.
Well received. Noted. We will be getting an update for you soon.
So keep it very short. I'm really excited about the down payment assistance programs. That's something that I've been really, really advocating for since I actually started on the commission. I've been in communication with Orange County about what that funding looked like, because from my understanding, there should have been funding that's passed down to the city, to the whole thing. But I'll definitely talk with you offline about that, because that is something that probably we should have had years and years ago, because the funding has not been given to our city and should have been given to our city. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Forbes. Appreciate that.
Where are we going? Planning department.
Planning department. Mr. Howell, are you going to be the first one that stays under 7 minutes?
Oh yeah.
You think you can do it?
I need 30. Good evening, Bobby Howell, Planning Manager. I'll be presenting the Planning Department, pretty much 50,000-foot overview tonight. A little bit of an overview on us. We protect the quality of life and of community standards. We provide customer service to citizens and applicants alike. We provide support and advice to the mayor and the city council, commission, as I should say now, and provide support to the planning commission. We assist citizens and applicants in navigating processes. And a lot of those can be kind of complicated and hard to understand. So we try to help simplify that and guide them through that as much as we can, especially the citizens of Apopka. We enforce adopted planning and zoning regulations. We review land use and development proposals for compliance with the comprehensive plan and the land development code. And we coordinate the development review committee process. I'm going to pretty much cut to the chase. 3 priorities is that we need some positions. We've been functioning without them. We've been able to get the job done. However, we run a very lean operation, and our city is over almost 67,000. We're closing in on Ocala, which is about 72. So we're not a small town. We need to grow and be positioned and have positions like we are a larger town. So the first position I would like to have is a GIS addressing administrator. And currently addressing is handled by Dr. Son in the planning department. It'll take him on average about 3 days to address a subdivision. So that's taking him away from some of his planning duties. And as you've seen, he's been before you guys presenting before. Addressing must be E911 compliant, so there's a lot that goes into that. Historically, that had been done in the planning department. I believe the former interim city manager even did addressing at one point in time as well. And also, most modern planning departments in larger jurisdictions, such as ours, have an in-house GIS position whose responsibility is to make maps for public hearing items, update layers that's in the GIS, which is Geographic Information Systems. It's basically a computer program where you can click on a parcel and it'll tell you everything you need to know about it. And to create interactive mapping systems for the planning department. When I was the director at Lake County, we had an in-house GIS person that handled all of our map making, created the layers, and it freed up a lot of time for research and stuff like that as well, and addressing this in addition. Another position would be associate planner, and that's pretty much an entry-level position that you see in a lot of planning departments, and this is used as the initial customer service contact. This person usually handles basic zoning inquiries, building permit reviews for required setbacks, form board surveys, which is basically ensuring that the house is going to be constructed in the proper location, land use determinations, density determinations, and reviewing properties for potential environmental constraints. These duties are currently handled by all members of the planning department. So it'll be basically, it's all hands on deck right now, currently. And if this position, if we're able to get that, it helps to relieve senior level staff to focus on more big picture items. Another one would be a transportation planner. We did have the transportation coordinator. That position is now doing more of like transportation engineering. This would be more of a planning focus for transportation. I know transportation and traffic is a big issue here in the city. And most planning departments of comparable sizes have somebody on staff whose full-time job is doing transportation. We currently have a person who is a land use planner doing transportation in addition to their land use duties. This person will be responsible for managing transportation master plans, corridor studies, road expansion projects, intersection upgrades, bike lanes, trails, sidewalks, and transit planning, reviewing development plans and coordinating agreements for roadway improvements. This person, if my vision is to have them serve as a point of contact with the federal, state, and county agencies, and with Metro Plan Orlando funding to secure funding for projects. What Metro Plan Orlando is basically it's an arm of the federal government, and they dole out money to do transportation projects. You might get on a list and be on there for 20 years, though, and have to wait for those projects. And this person would conduct a lot of public outreach. Also, we do need new computers. Our computers are so old they could vote. They've been around for quite some time, and they're having problems processing a lot of the larger files that we have when we use OpenGov, which is our permitting software program. So we're downloading multiple files. We have GIS running in the background. We're using email at the same time, so it's causing some problems. They're aging, so we definitely need some new hardware. Which I put in the budget at an item I believe costs about $10,000. We need new office furniture. I know some of you visit our department. It's a little dated.
Dated.
Yeah.
It is dated.
It's so old it could retire. The furniture there is.
Yeah.
So, but we need standing desks or rotating desks where you can provide more comfort and ergonomic correctness for our staff. If we're sitting there all day, it's not good for you to sit all day. It's good to stand up. And if you are healthier, you can work better and work harder and work smarter. And the existing furniture has been taken from storage and is many years old. Some of it came from the Cobb building across the street back in the day. One of the things that I've put in is I would like to reward the staff who have obtained AICP certification, which is American Institute of Certified Planners, with a salary increase of 3% upon passing that exam. Currently, I'm the only one in the department that has that certification. We have 3 members who are eligible to take that exam, but I think that this would help, give that incentive to take the exam. It's a hard test, and it's the main credential for urban planning in the United States. And it basically says that if you're a planner, you have expertise in the field and you have relevant education, experience, professional competence. And a lot of jurisdictions, if you're going to be more of a senior level position, you have to either have it upon hire or within a year of hire. And it brings more credibility to your organization. The pass rate is 60%, and the sad part is I passed it on the first try, so that's saying a lot. So, but as I mentioned, 3 planners are eligible to sit for the exam, and I really think that that would help motivate them and reward them for passing that test. It's not an easy exam. And our long-term goals and projects is the adoption of the comprehensive plan rewrite that's been ongoing since 2021. Commissioner Velasquez, you'll recall that. State denied it because it was not consistent with Senate Bill 180. They denied it. They gave us a list of 10 reasons why, one of which they had cited a policy which had the word equitable in it. So it was denied. So it will be bare bones in order to get it approved. We're going to have to go with what we have to be in compliance with the law. Oh no, I went over. Sorry. The second thing is the rewrite of the land development code to be consistent with the comprehensive plan after it's adopted. That's required to be done. We put that in the budget for 25-26. Unfortunately, we did not get to spend that. So that we're going to put that back in the budget for 26-27. Creation of new design standards. We have the development design guidelines. They're outdated and they're difficult to implement in some cases too. It says should, can you, basically pretty please do a lot of stuff. So we've had a lot of pushback on that. And then remodeling of the planning offices to be a little bit more modern, clean, and inviting to the general public and customers especially, and have our upgraded technology and furniture that can be used in the current working environment. And that's all I have.
Great job. All right. Any public comment on this one?
Alderman McKinney, 3603 Golden Road, Gem Road. If I remember correctly, we had Pam Richmond here, who was her title Director of Roads.
Transportation.
So again, we delegated that down to Jean Sanchez to do a lot of the work, and it seems to me that one of our biggest problems is our infrastructure on our roads, and I keep harping on about it, and I'm going to tell you. The Pioneer Agreement leaves us in a really, really difficult position because I don't see the infrastructure of the roads and the connectivity that was promised in that agreement coming forth. Part of the reason for that is I don't think MD really understands the Pioneer Agreement in its entirety. And because we don't have a dedicated person on staff here to do that now, it puts us all at a disadvantage. So I would think that that's really, really important that we get back on. We may not have a director of roads, it might be a different name, but we really need someone to get in there and do a lot of work on our roads. Because again, I don't know where you're going to find the money to do these roads. I think there's a shortfall of at least 20-25 billion in work that needs to be done. And we really need to find out where we are with the roads. Oh, and thank you, Bobby Howell, for the work he does. To be honest with you, I come down here and I make a lot of requests, and the civility and the willingness of the staff in the planning department to help is exceptional.
That's great to hear. Thank you for that feedback, Mr. McKimmey.
Ditto on Abby's communication issues anytime you have to deal with a department. Okay, I wasn't planning on saying anything on this, but when hearing about the furniture needs, I encourage you, the city, to look at and have a relationship with a salvage yard for every university. I speak from experience that every year there's some departments that buy brand new steel case furniture. The next year they buy it again and establish a relationship with those people. Had 1-year-old equipment that was outstanding at about 10% of the cost.
Thank you for the suggestion, Mr. Olson. Anybody else?
Rogers Beck at 7 West Main Street. Just gonna go back to a question I asked you just a minute ago. And if my EA is correct, it states that section 163.357 allows that you guys can either be the board or not be the board. So if you could just have the attorney kind of look at that ruling see specifically what it is, so we know exactly what we can and cannot
Could
do.
you repeat again? What was the
Florida statute 163.357.
Thank you.
And I actually did, and I will have that circulated. I did have the attorney look at that, and it's something specific to if you established yourselves as the board, which was done years ago already, you can't turn back from that. But if you establish residents as the board, you can turn that back and become it as commissioners can become the CRA board. So there is a memo
We discussed it. I remember
that the attorney just recently sent out. If we can circulate that to commissioners, and then Mr. Beckett, I can get that information to you as well, just so that you understand kind of what the council that at least we've received for that. Thank you for that. Any other public comment? Commissioners, anything?
Yeah, just one question, Bobby.
Yes, ma'am.
Who's rewriting the LDC, the Land Development Code?
So first of all, happy birthday, and
I'm sorry.
I said
I have
happy
to
birthday.
speak a little louder, and let me
Yeah.
repeat the question because there is a few people that tune in, and they literally tell me you don't speak loud. So I'm asking, who is rewriting our Land Development Code?
All right. We don't know yet. We would have to contract that out. We would put out an RFP, a request for professional services, a request for qualifications. It would go through the competitive bidding process.
So would you be able to take some suggestions from the board as to what we would like to see in the Land Development Code?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Because you know what I'm always asking for.
Open space, yes.
Expansion of the green space. Okay.
Yes. Yep.
Absolutely.
No, that was actually that was my question.
Awesome.
Yep.
Well, then, and we'll probably at some point once we find, actually probably prior to actually
That's
establishing
really-
who we're going to go with, do some workshops on the LDC, what we want to see edited, what we want to see added, and then we can throw
It's
that
very
out to
important,
the.
actually.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
no, that's a huge one.
That's a huge one.
So, okay, well
Yeah.
received. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you,
it.
Bobby.
All right, building department, Mr. Hanson. Will you be the first one to hit
I
7
will not
minutes?
go 5 minutes.
All right, let's do it.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Just a quick department overview. The Building Safety Department serves as a crucial public safety function for the city of Apopka, ensuring all construction meets the highest standards of safety, compliance, and quality. Through efficient permitting, thorough inspections, and consistent code enforcement, the department supports responsible growth while protecting residents and businesses. All of our inspectors are state licensed in the discipline in which they inspect. Many are multidiscipline, which means they can inspect, of course, more than one discipline. We have 2 certified building permit techs on staff, with 2 more studying for the ICC permit technician certification. The 2 that are already certified are already in the process of working towards their code specialist certification. Budget priorities: not adding any new inspectors, but replacing one that's going to be retiring at the end of the month. Budget will be really close to what it was last year, just slightly higher, because I want more training for the inspectors and the permit techs, and there's a lot more available now than there ever was before. So, and also included in the budget is new code books. We're going to be getting a new Florida building code, which takes effect on January 1st, 2027. No capital budget items this year. The cars, trucks are getting a little bit close, but I think I can get another year out of them. They're right around 110,000 miles, so we can. And we just got 2 new Mavericks last year. I'm looking to get 2 more next year. Sort of like what Bobby was mentioning, I'll be implementing a new inspector and building permit tech incentive program. This program will include a 4% pay increase for each additional standard license for building code inspectors, as well as a 4% pay increase for each additional certification for building permit techs. Long-term goals include a remote building safety department office near the Kelly Park area, and to expand my staff from 6 inspectors to between 8 and 10, and also expand my building permit techs from 4 to between 6 and 7, just depending on the growth and as needed. Boom.
Wow.
Told you.
Well
Questions?
deserved. Well, thank you for that. That is great. Public comment on this one.
Albert McKinney, 3603 Golden Gem Road. Going back a couple of years, I remember when we were only doing 500 houses a year maximum. Now we've got 13,000 homes in one district. The continuity of building in Apopka, I would imagine, isn't going to be able to continue the way it is. So instead of looking at the long term of providing more inspectors, and if there's a decline in growth, we don't need them. Is there any way we can look at subcontracting out some of the permitting arrangements? Because nowadays there's companies who will do a survey on a building simply over the phone. So again, if there's a shortfall in people, we could look at alternatives that would prevent us having to employ new employees and maybe having to pay insurance and retirement and all sorts of things.
Good idea. Thank you, Mr. McKimmey. Any other public comments? Any kind of feedback on that?
There's quite a few of the builders, or some of the bigger, DR Horton for one, Lennar for one. They're using third party inspectors, which really for us, all we're not really losing. We're sort of getting. It's 10% of the building plans fees and 10% of the building permit fees. So we're collecting still 80% and not sending any inspectors out there at all and not reviewing the
So
plans.
We're
sort of they're doing it for us. They're sort of doing it for us.
And then you just implemented a new policy specific to kind of some more random site visits almost as well.
Correct.
Right?
With those third-party inspectors, we're allowed to do audit inspections. We can do up to 4 a month, to where we sort of go behind them and make sure they're inspecting up to the standards that we
and that's something
expect them to do.
As of the last
Correct.
2 weeks.
Yes, exactly. Okay. Yep.
Perfect. Thank you for that.
You got it.
Anybody else from public? Commissioners?
So, just one question.
Yep.
So now that you have a third party, the COs, when you give provide them the COs, who's certifying that CO?
They give us a inspection packet that
Right.
shows all of the results. My signature still goes on the CO, but their packet of every inspection is in that. When we issue the CO, that goes with it, and we of course keep a copy of it as well.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
I just have a comment.
Sure.
I was going to ask about how are we keeping them accountable
Yep.
in terms of their inspection. So you answered that. And that's a good question in terms of the certificate of occupancy.
Sure.
Do you follow up before you put your seal on it to make sure? I mean, I know DR Horton and Lennar Homes.
We haven't done the audits as of yet of going out there, but certainly their paperwork, and I make sure everything is passed before issuing the CO, of course.
Yeah, if I was you, I'd be like, it's going to be my name.
Yeah,
so
exactly. Oh, yeah.
Sure
I don't want to just throw my name. Yeah, exactly.
The accountability's there. So you answered my question, but thank you.
Thanks.
Just one more question.
Yep.
John. Do they still have project managers out there? These
Correct.
builders?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Okay. They do.
Yep.
And then one small update too, we are internally discussing maybe adding some department changes to building department. So I'll be providing that once we get some more finalization of that. But building department may be running with a new function here in the near future. So we'll see how that looks, but and make sure. But I think it's going to be a good change and a little more efficient for everybody. So
Okay.
thank you.
I have to take a 2-minute break.
Make it 7. Mr. Hanson. One question from Mr. Commissioner Ruth here. Make sure your mic's on.
John, I wanted to commend you on trying to keep your expense as low as possible, because I know all your inspectors are top notch. I've seen them. I've seen them actually do their product.
Correct.
And, I'm going to try to do everything in my department to reduce your workload too.
Awesome.
Excellent. Thank you. We'll take a 5-minute
Appreciate
break.
it. Thanks.
Thank you.
took over Randy's office, and Randy's
That's not what it
office is
said on
now
my
the
thing.
conference room. So the conference room is no longer there.
You better check.
No, I'm sorry.
Check and
Okay.
see.
Rocking and rolling.
You ready?
Ms. Sherman, Finance Department.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to give you a brief overview, try to stay within my time limit. The first slide before you, basically it's an org chart. I have about 5 managers and the staff below that. So it's 27 staff members right now. Currently have about 3 vacancies. The finance department is responsible for maintaining the city's financial accounting system and it includes processing of all the financial transactions of the city and producing financial statements, producing the city's annual comprehensive financial report with the auditors. They actually produce that report and oversees the investments, the payroll, accounts payable, procurement, utility billing, financial reporting, grant administration, budget and financial planning, grant accounting, and responsible for debt administration. We provide support as we are here now for the city's annual budget as well. In regards to the highlights and the priorities, some of the key things that are for the finance department currently underway, we should be live with our new ERP and EAM system come October 1st. The schedule is actually August 3rd for the financial, August 31st for the UB, and for HR payroll is October 1st, and the EAM system is October 1st. At that time, that annual support will go into my operating budget right now. So that's that 367,000. In addition, continue those services that we have for the state revolving loan funds that we was approved back in January. Those applications were submitted. So we'll still be going through that process, and as such, I'll still need bond counsel and our rate consultant to complete some of the requirements. There we go. All right. In regards to new positions, I'm looking at 5 new positions. They're already in priority. I'm looking for an executive assistant, someone to help me with some of the administrative work, the public records, and all of that. So do not have any support there, be pulling staff and doing everything myself. Also looking for a grant coordinator to support our grant administrator. Right now we are growing and growing and growing in grants. That's why I'm looking for that grant coordinator and that senior accountant, because that senior accountant focuses on the accounting of that grant, all the grants. And so we want to get from being reactive to proactive. Okay. And a purchasing coordinator. We do have 3 staff under the manager there, but we need another purchasing coordinator so that the administrators can focus on more of the solicitation type work and free up some of the coordination and help the manager in that area. On the utility billing side, we're trying to establish a call center, excuse me. We added 1 position last year and we still need another one. We really need to truly build a I'm so used to call center for customer service. We want to be able to respond to our customers. Right now, with the emails coming in and the phone calls, it could take sometimes almost up to 30 days to reply to an email.
Oh, wow.
And the calls at the peak time, they can be on the phone for almost 30 minutes on hold. So we want to reduce that, but it's going to take the staff to dedicate to do that. Because currently, the ones that are answering the phone are also at the window. They're also doing some of the analytical work. So we just need someone dedicated. We got 1, we just need some more. And then an additional meter reader. We only have 1. So this is another thing that I wanted to do over time. And so we want to add another meter reader to help reduce the estimated billing to go out and help with the 1 meter reader that we have because he can't cover everything. In the capital side of my budget, we're looking at a new base station. Rob touched on this a little bit. You know, we have about 9 towers. I think we have 4 um, um, base stations on those towers right now. We're going to replace one of the old ones. I think it's Harmon Road or Lent Road. We're going to be replacing that one in this fiscal year. We want to add another one if necessary. That's something that we're looking at. But I want to put the money there just in case. And the mobile command center unit is something that we want to do a pilot on. We're trying to get the pilot underway this year, and then we'll have a better understanding of how beneficial it's going to be. Because currently the meter reader that I have, he has a laptop. He goes around, he rides, and it picks up some of the meters. Some he has to get out the vehicle, you know, Because he came out of public service, thank God, he's able to go out there and help fix some of the stuff. But again, you can only do so much. So that's why I wanted the other meter reader, and we also want this mobile command unit. We'll see how it works out after the pilot. So that gives it a wider range, as I understand it. Okay. And again, if we proceed with the time and attendance, Tyler's this new system. It was not in this current project for the new ERP system, but it's being considered it. We're going to look at it. If we do proceed with that time and attendance module and get rid of Chronos, that's another thing that would continue to take us out a extra few months in the new fiscal year. So I'm estimating about 75,000 for that. Could be a little more with some support service, but that's the current estimate that I have. Some of the goals is continue with the ACFR, our current, to meet the GFO certificate in excellent. We've met that probably 42 years consecutively, if not, and continue with the equality annual budget document. That's about 19, 20 years consecutively. We've obtained that certificate. Provide citywide education and best practices of financial stewardship as it relates to city policies. Create and update written policies and procedures to increase internal controls. Continue to work with leadership to move on communication and achieve citywide goals, and continue to provide financial information to council and leadership for proper execution of managerial and operation functions.
Great job.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
Great job. All right, public comment. Anybody?
Yeah, Rod Olson, just two brief comments. One, there's a number of projects that seem to sometimes stall in the city. When you talk to the staff on site, it's like, well, funds are tied up. They haven't been released yet. And I asked the question, was the project approved? Yes. Well, there's steps and procedures. I understand checks and balances, but we need to streamline that process. At least in talking to your staff, they're very frustrated. Maybe it's a matter of understanding, but that's what I hear. The other thing is I would like to see is a monthly P&L review. So the second city council meeting, just a brief bullet point. This is where we stand with police, fire, budgets. Hit those numbers as to what we're up and down. If we find out an area is blown up, what's the plan to fix it? So it's not just a matter of the end of the year, all of a sudden, hey, look, and needless to say, I get very tired about every meeting we're moving money. That's why this budget process is so important, and I'm glad it's starting early. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Olson. One quick comment on that. We are reviewing, because your department heads have echoed that same sentiment of a streamlined process, or a preference for a streamlined process to receive allocated funds and things of that nature. And we're working on updating a policy, and could be the first meeting of June that we get an updated policy.
Yeah, for that initial.
Yes. So we're going to go through two phases of kind of cleaning up the current policy right now so things can get moving a little bit quicker.
Is that the schedule that we kind of laid out, or is it a different schedule?
No, that we discussed.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
no.
right.
And then we're going to bring in separate counsel to really advise us on
Exactly.
a more comprehensive update to our policy so that it's truly taken care of on a longer scale and updated to what we're doing now. So well received, and that's definitely something I think is going to be quality.
And that's the procurement policy that you're referring to.
Right. Correct. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I had sent a diagram earlier last year to the utility department, and I recently sent it to Mayor Nesta, and I believe it was Radley I sent it to, about using the utility bill for education. Using it to tell people, instead of just that bar graph there that doesn't give any information except 1 month you jumped up or 1 month you dropped down, how it relates to your cost. Because everybody shouts online, why is my water bill so high? They don't understand where the break is, and they don't understand what the base is and what per thousand is. And if it's made into a bar chart and a graph, they'll be able to understand it better. But as we go through this drought and losing more water and the saltwater intrusion coming into the area, we need to have people conserving more. And the more they can conserve, it's going to reflect in the bar chart they have. But I sent a sample, and I think that will help using the bill to educate them so that they're not going and blowing up online and yelling and screaming to the department about why is my bill so high.
Thank you. Thank you for sending that too. Definitely well received. And if you guys would like that, I can forward that, or if you can forward that to the commission as well, just so that you can see the kind of the graphic that was created for that. Any other public comment, commissioners?
I just have, in regards to the grant coordinator, that is so important with the city growing as large as it is and some of the infrastructure needs. I think in order to kind of help offset our budget, that grant coordinator position is going to be extremely important. So in regards to that position, is it where we're going to look for a skilled person to help seek grants as well, or just administer the current grants that we have?
Definitely a skilled person. We
Because
just
that's very important.
we just hired a person a few months ago, very skilled. Her name is Precious Lewis, as the administrator, doing an outstanding job. So she's very skilled, well aware of what she's supposed to do. She came in, hit the ground running to get a handle of all of the grants. So this is something to assist her.
Okay, perfect. Okay, really important. That's great news for us. Okay, that's all I have for now.
How are you enjoying your new office?
I don't have it yet.
She hasn't.
AJ told me I couldn't move until he finished.
Oh, so it's AJ's fault now.
AJ told me. They asked me how I'm enjoying my new office. I told him you said I couldn't move. So I'm still in there.
Okay.
So I'm still stuck.
Oh my God, no, that was it.
Okay.
I was really excited because I asked Rob if he is now in the chamber building, which I need to take a walk there and see what it looks like. And I had asked, is Blanche in her new office?
No.
Still in front of the bathroom.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Still in front of the bathroom.
Convenient. It's conveniently located.
Not, you would think,
Whenever
but you can't get in
Commissioner
it.
Ruth, anything? No, Commissioner Barron?
No, I was just going to echo what Commissioner Anderson has said also. I was going to ask in terms of the grant coordinator.
Yes, ma'am.
I know that would be a huge asset for you in terms of, funding those extra dollars for our city and support the grant administrator that we have now. So, yeah, definitely think it's important.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you,
And I
Ms.
do
Sherman.
hope
Thank
you
you for your
get in office
patience.
soon.
And hopefully I get in my office soon. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Sherman.
Thank
All
you.
right, we are up to Parks and Rec and Facilities. Mrs. Edwards.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Tonight I'll be providing a brief overview of the Parks and Recreation Department's operational budget highlights and priorities. I will also review the facilities and department and that we're responsible for, as well as key capital projects currently underway and future capital needs that will help us continue supporting quality parks, programs, events, and recreational opportunities for our community. Oops. Our mission is to provide a variety of wholesome, innovative, and environmentally diverse recreation programs, activities, and facilities that will enrich the lives of the citizens of Apopka through quality leadership, fiscal stability, and responsible planning. As you can see below, these are the facilities and the parks that we maintain: the Apopka Community Center, Billy Dean Community Center at Alonzo Williams Park, Northwest Recreation Complex, Camp Weewa, Doctor's Dog Park, Fran Carlton Center, Edgewood Greenwood Cemetery, Edwards Field, Apopka Action Sports Park, Kitland Nelson Park, Dream Lake Park, Apopka Athletic Complex, Camp Weewa, and Lake Avenue Park. Whew.
You're done? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
This slide is the current and completed current projects that are completed and ones that we still have to finish. The all-inclusive playground at Northwest, that's completed. Construction of 6 new multi-purpose fields at Northwest, we are under construction. Tennis and pickleball facility currently in the design phase with final reviews pending. New perimeter fencing off of Gate 4 is completed. 3 new pavilions that have been ordered, 2 that will go in the area of the all-inclusive playground, as well as 1 that will be on pad 2 up on the soccer fields up top. Recently completed our mini amphitheater in Kidland Nelson Park, the front dock at Camp Weewa, new back patio at Camp Weewa with outdoor seating, new ADA accessible sidewalk areas at Northwest Rec Complex, and the rebuild of some of our Gaga ball pits at Camp Weewa. I listed this slide even though this is TDT grant money that's been given to us, but this is also 2 of the large projects that we are underway on, which is the new softball quad that's $8.3 million, and then our amphitheater upgrades of 4.8 for a total of $13.1 million. Our current large CIP projects, as you can see listed here, we have that kind of spread out from 2027 through 2030. Several items are replacement needs, including the trucks and mowers, which are important for daily operations, maintenance, and staff efficiency. We are also planning continued investments in pavilions, sidewalks, perimeter fencing to finish going around the Northwest Rec Complex, and sand volleyball improvements to support park users, leagues, and tournaments. One of the largest and most important planned investment in Northwest is going to be our field lighting, which is critical as the complex continues to grow and additional fields are going to be coming online. Overall, this plan helps us prioritize safety, accessibility, maintenance, and long-term facility improvements over the next several years. The additional large CIP is several of these projects focus on aging infrastructure, including the field lighting rebuilds, LED upgrades, court rebuilds, and dock improvements. We are also looking at support amenities such as restroom buildings for the all-inclusive playground and the new multi-purpose fields that are getting ready to come online. With new fields, you have to have more equipment. So sports equipment, including goals, nets, and benches, will also be needed as the new facilities are completed. An aeration pond bubbler system is needed to help circulate and add oxygen to the reclaimed water pond. This improves water quality, helps reduce odors, limits algae growth, and keeps the pond healthier overall. As you can see, there are some big ticket items on this slide, mainly field lights. This is one of our biggest things that we're going to be needing. Also, we can't forget our parkland acquisitions. We need to be preparing for the future and growing as the city continues to grow. In the cemetery budget, the current maintenance buildings next to the Frank Carlton Center, as you can see, are in very, very poor condition and has required repeated patchwork over the years. Currently, we have $488,000 in the budget, and we are looking at needing an additional $600,000 to complete construction. Replacing it is a key need to secure the equipment, the vehicle storage, park supply storage, park maintenance operations based closer to the downtown, and increase our general storage capacity. This location has also been broken into multiple times. The fence has been cut, and as you can see, the pieces that have been put together after that. So we really need to secure up that facility. Our staffing considerations, as more facilities are coming online, the new TDT Phase 1 softball quad, we're looking at 2 full-time parks workers requested in fiscal 28 and 29 as those get completed. For the new Northwest Rec Complex multi-purpose fields, we are needing 2 full-time park workers requested in this year's budget. For our athletics programming expansion, we're going to need 1 full-time rec lead 1 and 2 part-time facility attendants to also be able to keep up with the expansion. For events, we would like 1 full-time recreation lead 2 to assist with growing amphitheater and all city events. For our new initiatives and programs, we are looking to expand youth and adult recreation opportunities, including youth indoor volleyball and men's adult basketball. We also polled our seniors. There were over 200 of them that voted, and they would like to see added water aerobics and yoga. The concert series at Kitland Nelson Park is another opportunity to activate our downtown park space and bring the community together. And we are also requesting increased funding for marketing, tree maintenance, sodding, and turf care for to better promote events and maintain safe, attractive facilities. I'm available for any questions.
Great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Public comment. Any feedback on this?
Leroy Bell. I noticed on the parks and stuff that we service, and since the mayor said you ask big, I see all the requests that you're asking, but I didn't see any requests and asks for Lorenzo, William, and Billy Dean Park, where we need up there. We need to have some kind of place where when the vendors come in, they can plug into power. We need to have some kind of concession stand up there. Um, Brandon Merriweather every year do, I think it's 31, I forget the name of his organization, but he comes up there and gives out bikes and stuff to the kids, and sometimes you have 200 to 300 people up there at one time, and you only have one bathroom in that building up there. And you need to have a place up there where you can put bathroom facilities in there. So when you have anywhere over 100 people up there, uh, uh, they'll have a place to use the restroom. There's no parking up there. I see that you're requesting all the money for the covering and stuff. Uh, I noticed, I think it's on 5th and Washington, you have a little parking lot over there where that can be renovated out and put some kind of covering over there. Uh, um, I think we got a field up there that they use for football and football and soccer. And I think the corner that they can use for softball, where it used to be um, Jimmy Baker softball field, Mr. Lee baseball field back in the day, back in the 60s and the 70s. But it seems to be that we need to put some money. You're asking big for up on the north side. We need to start asking big on this side. And with Billy Dean and the Lorenzo William Park, that's the only park on this side of 441. I think the last commission was asking for a pocket park, and I noticed that you was asking for money for land acquisition for parks, and and it seems to be some of that need to be put over on this side, and I would ask for that.
Thank you. That is definitely well received. And I'll tell you, on a high level, my goal is to have, if the commission is on board with it as well, is to have a Parks and Rec advisory board that'll basically make it so that they have the design standards, things of that nature. So every park, you'll know when you're in a Apopka park. It's not a North or South Park. It is a park of Apopka. So that's something I definitely have some interest in. We'll discuss that during one of our workshops, but down the road. But thank you for your feedback. Definitely well received.
When I've spoke many times, you've heard me talk about Florida friendly or Florida compatible, is all the plantings need to start reflecting that. We need to look at the fact that we've changed from a 9A to a 9B planting zone, and that a lot of what we put out there freezes. And I've spoke about buy locally, Apopka grown, orange raised, or only from Florida. And we need to avoid these trees that are imported from California, and We need to make sure that we, for any product you're buying, whether it's basketball goals or anything else, you can find somebody locally that produces these things. You can find local vendors and make sure that we seek them for shirts and things like that that you need. And then the plantings, make sure that the plantings are going to be compatible. And we're buying stuff that Public Works could produce and putting it on the soccer fields. But then that's also all natural and green, and it's going to eliminate fertilizer, eliminate pesticide, and reduce watering by using the product that they're putting down, which is compost, and it's going to help preserve the fields. But we could be producing our own and saving a lot of money.
Thank you for that.
I think we have one more.
Yes.
Rod Olson, as you know, I'm at the park every day, and I think we can do more with signage. The number of times I'm stopped, where's this, where's that? Signage at each of the entrance or right by each entrance or any intersection would be helpful with that. Also, sometimes every multi-purpose field, every baseball and softball field is in utilization, and sometimes there's only one ranger on hand. That is not enough. That may have been an anomaly every now and then, but it needs to be addressed. With regard to the amphitheater, I think that I'm glad to hear that you're putting some more money in the budget with advertising. We ought to be advertising in Leesburg. We ought to be advertising in Sanford. We ought to be advertising in Mount Dora. We've got the best outdoor amphitheater venue in the center part of the state. We need to do more and do better in that area. With regard to Camp Weewa, when I was a coach, nothing was better than having my whole team in one room. I think that's an opportunity. We have all these soccer, baseball, softball, football programs going on, knowing that they could have, instead of paying $200 a night for a hotel, we got a swimming pool out at Camp Weewa. You could have the whole team under one roof for a night or two. That'd be an incredible team building experience. And in addition, in the past, Camp Weewa was used as a graduation for all elementary students in Apopka, where a weekend there was a one night overstay. That's money coming in from the school board, but it's kind of like the graduation from elementary to middle school as another source of possible revenue. And I would be remiss if, you've been hearing about it for the last 4 years. We need to look at equalizing the rate. Travel soccer should not be paying $25 an hour when baseball, football is only paying $1 and about $1.66 to $3 an hour. It's not fair.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Appreciate your dedication to our parks too. You definitely always provide great feedback. Anybody else from the public? Commissioners, what do we got?
I just have one inquiry.
Yeah.
The women's club.
Yes.
Some of the ladies had asked me about when you're ready to take down the gazebo
Mm-hmm.
to let them know. I think they want to come and have
Yes.
to be there.
Yes.
It's very important.
It
to
is
them.
very important to them.
And then I had gotten a request that they would like to name the new amphitheater, and I told them how to do it. They wanted to dedicate it to some of the ladies from the women's club that was instrumental in creating the gazebo and who have passed, but who have between 40 and 50 years of membership.
No.
And so I did tell the person that did ask me to submit, because we now have a policy about naming buildings and streets and that. So I said that they would have to put something in.
Yeah, and just to clarify, we've discussed a possible policy. It still needs to come back for commission review and approval.
Okay.
And I believe we were deciding whether it was going to be a resolution policy or a code policy.
Sure. And yeah, and I want to see if there's other options out there as well that maybe other municipalities are doing. Because at some point, we run out of roads and buildings to name after people.
Yeah.
So how do we do this in a long-term way that is equitable for everybody and it's not something that's more sizable or less sizable, depending on the person or depending on the timing. So just working on some more equitable options
Right.
that make sense across the board.
Right.
Thank you.
Commissioner Anderson, anything?
Nope.
Awesome. Thank you.
One quick comment
Sorry.
to Mr. Bell. We do have in the CRA budget this year the design for the parking lot across the street from Alonzo Williams Park.
Yeah, and also the cemetery.
Yes.
I forgot Happy Late Mother's Day to all smoke.
Thank
And
you.
I went out to my mother's grave for Mother's Day to put a flower, and the graveyard just looked terrible. It needs to be cut.
Well, I'll tell you actually, and moving forward, if you can, if you have a comment, come back up here, please. But well received, and it's something that actually the veterans were just out there last week or 2 weeks ago to clean it up. And the problem is we have got gorgeous trees out there, gorgeous mature trees, but that creates constant nonstop maintenance for us as well. So I guess there was a program previously, I think maybe pre-COVID, where we used local jails maybe in some capacity.
Yeah, we don't do them no
To the
more.
inmates.
Corrections doesn't have
They don't do that at all. They don't offer
We
that.
don't.
Okay.
No, corrections discontinued that service.
So we need to prioritize.
Wasn't the schools? What schools? Wasn't a school that was doing it as well?
Trinity Christian
Trinity
School,
Christian was doing that.
my alumni shout out, was out there a month or two ago as well. So
And they did a lot of work.
Yes.
I have pictures.
Yes, Trinity
They
did.
did a lot of work.
yes. So thank you for that, Mr.
Yeah,
Commissioner.
I'd like to.
Maybe youth
I'd like
council.
to add one thing, and I noticed you had increased funding for tree maintenance. The police had an event at the park this weekend. It was Saturday. There was a limb. It probably weighed a couple 100 pounds. And when it fell right beside the mat where everybody was working.
Oh,
I think
gracious.
the mayor was even there. I'd be remiss if I didn't. If we could, as department heads, I made a comment to Radley this morning in reference to that. But if we could identify some of these trees, he said that we have a tree contract with Davy Tree Service.
We do.
But if we could identify some of these, hurricane season is right around the corner. Identify some of these weak limbs. Let's get them trimmed up and treated. The maintenance on them before the season hits.
Be proactive. Absolutely.
Agreed.
We've got some palm trees too throughout the city that we can get ahead of as well.
Yeah.
That'll definitely do the same thing. Some type of preventive maintenance.
Yeah, my mom and I walked underneath that tree just before the limb fell.
Yeah, you guys were pretty close to
We
it.
were very close.
So-
But my comment was I would definitely like to see in addition to adding the concert series to Kitlin Nelson, but also add marketing to our Saturday Sounds to piggyback with what Mr. Olson has shared in terms of marketing to other municipalities to make sure that they are aware that we have this free concert, from May to October.
October to May.
From October to May.
One of the things that we're actually looking at is in the past year's budgets, we've had $21,000 allocated for billboards. And I felt like, and after talking with Radley, we wanted to utilize those funds in other areas because if you have a static board, it takes forever for those to get made and then they're expensive. And after one event, they're done and they've got to build another one. So we did the digital rotating signs. They're a little less expensive, but it's so hard to track. And I want to do things that we can actually track our marketing and see what's working and see what's not because we do need to do a better job at that.
And what I'd like to also add is perhaps, and we've discussed this too, but revisit the opportunities of the food trucks that come out to our Saturday Sounds.
Yes.
To see what we can do with that. Maybe perhaps kind of do a survey with previous vendors, see where our downfalls are, where our gaps are, where we can improve, and then obviously what we've been successful on.
Yes.
So that way we can navigate that and really be able to provide a wonderful event for not only our residents, but people outside of our community.
Agreed.
And two quick comments on that too. One on the marketing side, and that's well received. I know that's echoed up here in multiple facets and multiple ways. Is we're looking at potentially creating a whole new department that is just a media team that each department can tap into and everything that each department is doing should be marketable and is marketable. And it is what makes our city great, regardless of what it is. It's marketable. So we need to be able to have a team that can do that and provide that in a very high capacity way. So that's something that we're definitely looking at. I think is well needed across almost every single department. And then specific to Saturday Sounds, what we're looking at is doing too is maybe making it a little more robust, something that connects with each layer and level of wherever you're at in life. You're going to enjoy it. So I can just say I can only speak from my experience. My family sometimes may get a little bored out there after a little while, and so that's why I may leave about 45 minutes to an hour in because kids get a little hungry, get a little cranky. So maybe offering some different opportunities for families to be out there and just different levels. So I think that would be helpful, and we're looking into that too. Again, to add to your point, to make those a little more robust, a little more just creating community is really what it is.
I agree.
Anything else?
Nope.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. PD.
Facilities, real quick, Mayor.
Facilities.
Oh, excuse me. I apologize. You guys don't need to present anything. You're
Deputy Chief, you can just calm down.
I apologize.
Interim City Administrator Radley Williams, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Happy birthday, Vice Mayor, the gift that keeps giving. I'm going to quickly discuss the Facilities Maintenance Division that's currently housed in the Parks and Recreation Department. A quick overview, the Facilities Maintenance Division is responsible for maintaining a safe, professional environment for city employees and the public. Acting as a service unit, it's responsible for the cleaning, maintenance, security, and renovations of all facilities within the city. The team is currently led by our Facilities Administrator, AJ Jewell, and comprised of a team of 6. Over the last, 3 years, we've steadily increased this division as far as number of staff. When I started 4 years ago, it was AJ and our facilities coordinator, William. 2 people running the whole city facilities maintenance operations.
It still is AJ.
AJ is a big part of it.
Where you go in the city, AJ is there.
Yep.
AJ is definitely there.
We have grown over the last couple of years. We have administrative help now in the department. We have an electrician 2 and 3 facilities maintenance worker 2s. Some of the upcoming highlights and priorities, we are looking at some anticipated enhanced levels of service for some of our routine maintenance and upkeep, particularly looking at the facility janitorial needs, and also just general pressure washing and painting of the facilities, making sure we're staying up to date with fresh facilities from the outward facing standpoint, and also the pressure washing that helps maintain our sidewalks, the buildings themselves, so help keep the buildings paint in better condition. We are also going to be requesting some additional museum renovation expansion possible funding. There are some sections of the facility that have rotted. We do have funding in this year's budget, but as we've gone through that process of evaluating with some of our engineering experts, the funding's a little light. So we're going to have to try and get a little bit more funding in for that to handle that. And also discuss if there's an appetite for any type of expansion as we're doing that work. That would be the time to do that. And then, of course, additional staffing to assist with the increased project load and routine maintenance. Kind of piggybacking off of the comment earlier about AJ's everywhere all the time, all at once. The workload has drastically increased over this time period, and a lot of that is just renovation projects, whether it be as pictured here at the Apopka Community Center, completely redoing the wall surfacing and painting. We have a couple other phases of upgrades at the community center, including a built-in stage and renovating the kitchen and restroom areas to get that facility up to the current time and era. To going through City Hall in a pragmatic approach to refresh and renovate offices. I know Bobby had mentioned earlier about the planning and zoning office area. They're one of the last areas that we're kind of moving into next. The chambers will start here very soon to get an upgrade refresh as well. So there's been a lot of facilities that we've been periodically year over year trying to tackle to get the maintenance or get the renovations and get them up to speed with the current times. And that includes office furniture as well. So just again to highlight where we're at currently, some of the larger projects in facilities maintenance, and the list is immense. AJ has a whiteboard that he keeps running in his office that keeps track of all his needs. Well, we've got fire station renovations, we've got city hall access and security upgrades, tying back into your badges and IDs. I mentioned the community center phase 2 renovation, which is getting rid of the temporary stage and putting a permanent built-in stage in place. Office furniture replacements, year over year, we've been putting about $80,000 in the budget to just periodically move through on a year-by-year basis to do office furniture upgrades. Currently in the process, we're almost done with the fire station bay door replacement program. We've got annex renovations. Blanche's office is up next. And, of course, HVAC replacements and a new fleet facility that is almost at the 90% design completion phase. We do have money budgeted for debt on that building. And as soon as those plans are finalized, hopefully in the next month or so, we'll start working with procurement to get those plans out for construction. Still left to be done in the future. We've got Fire Station 3, which is either a renovation or a rebuild. We're working with Chief Sanchez on some discussions about that. The location of that facility is kind of in a weird, tight spot. So renovation might not be the best option and might be look for a relocation on that. The public safety complex, fire admin, Fire Station 1, and police headquarters. City Hall, the chiller is relatively new, but we do need to come back and do all the replacements on the air handlers and VAV boxes to make sure the system is running as intended. Lust Road has a large unused facility. We'd like to look at some options to whether we can utilize that for maybe storage or just kind of enhance the building. It can't be utilized for much because there are some covenants restricted onto that property, but explore what we can do with that and do some renovations to utilize a building that would cost us over $1 million to tear down. So the City Hall atrium out here, the glass window is starting to reach a point where it's going to need to be addressed. So kind of rework how that layout happens. The community center, renovation phase 3, mentioned restrooms, kitchens, and then just continued citywide projects, office furniture replacements, renovations, updates, HVAC, generators, those things that we try and put in year over year to have some funding as we're going through the plan. If something pops up, to go ahead and address that as needed. And that's it.
Love that.
Thank you. Good job, Randall.
Great job.
Thank you.
Any public comment on this one?
With just one thing, I spoke to Chief Sanchez with the expansion of Ocoy Apopka Road, with the 414, with the roundabout, and you got Emerson Park right there, with the new fire station 6, I believe. I think it's paramount that the city need to add a emergency signal right in the front of the fire department, so that when an emergency come out, I use that road every day going out to the 414, and it's chaotic in the afternoon, and especially if these guys have to get out, our first responders, we need to have an emergency signal there to let these people know that emergency is coming through.
Absolutely. Totally agree with you. It's probably something we should have planned during construction phase. And it's my understanding, well,
It is currently in progress to get added this week, actually. Chief is saying it's getting started this week. So, but yes, it should have been something that was kind of incorporated in that
part of the scope
original construction. Correct.
Are we doing, well, no, I want to use your time. Are we doing it on, for all the fire stations, aren't we doing some updated signaling or no?
Yes. So we're working through that process right now. So I can share a updated timeline on that.
But that is in the works?
Yes, that's currently active, and we should start seeing some of that construction here soon.
Excellent. Any other public comment? Commissioners?
No.
We're good?
We're good.
Thank you. Thank you, AJ. Thank you, Mr. Williams. All right, now please. Mr. Deputy Chief Dan Garcia. Deputy Dan, I guess, is how they
Yes. Good evening,
Kindly reference.
coined me as. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, fellow residents of Apopka. I'm here on behalf of Chief Quinn Henry. She was scheduled to represent our agency at the National Police Week in Washington, D.C. So I know she would have wanted to be here.
I love that we're there.
Yes. So the Apopka Police Department is the second largest municipal police department in Orange County. We are a premier law enforcement agency accredited by the Commission of Florida Law Enforcement and scheduled for reaccreditation later this year. We currently have 215 authorized personnel. 147 of those are sworn, and 68 are professional staff members. For our capital budget highlights, the first thing we're asking for this year is a mobile command center. The one that we currently have was gifted to us or reallocated to us from the Orange County Sheriff's Office in 2021. It's kind of proven unreliable and costly to maintain. So it requires a specialized license and is very large to drive. So we're looking to get a more modernized, smaller vehicle that anyone with any license in an emergency situation could respond with. For our fleet replacement and vehicles, we currently are asking for 23 replacement vehicles and 5 new. And we're following the guidelines of that are set by the National Association of Fleet Administrators of 5 to 7 years and 100,000 to 125,000 miles. So that's at 23. For the community policing vehicle, we're requesting F-250. Our community policing unit has a van, and Chief Quinn Henry's really set the standard of us continuing to do more and more and more community events. So that trailer, when it's fully outfitted, exceeds the towing capacity of the current vehicles that we have. And we've also added an additional person to that unit, so that would be their vehicle. It would also expand kind of capabilities with the assets that we bring out to some of these events from, trail the golf carts and other items like that. The unmanned aircraft system, we currently have 10 FAA certified pilots at the police department. We implemented a drone program several years ago. As you know, the helicopter that responds to our needs is a shared asset within the county. And this drone has given us the opportunity for missing persons, emergency response situations to get that aerial overview. It's proven very effective over and over again. So we're asking for a second one. It would afford our guys the opportunity to attend training and, if something happens to the drone, to have a backup. So for our personnel, we've tried to be very strategic in how we look at the growth of our organization. When we compare ourselves to other agencies of similar size, we've been able year after year to kind of increase the number of sworn officers, but we haven't focused as much on our professional staff. And obviously with more officers, that professional staff has felt the strain of the additional paperwork that comes with that. The first thing we're asking for is a chief of staff position. That's actually a reclassification. So it's not an additional personnel, it's reclassifying a position. That would be a sworn position. That position would manage a lot of the agreements we have with our local, federal, and state partners, the paperwork that's associated with that, and the representation that can go with that. They'd also, on a day-to-day basis, manage the budget and HR process that, as we continue to grow, become more and more cumbersome as far as the paperwork goes. That would be a direct report to the police chief. The sergeant is an additional position. That position's for our span of control for our supervisory staff. We've reached the numbers that require additional supervisory personnel. Same with our lead police officers, our corporals. I'm going to speak a little about later on the future plans on splitting the city and what that looks like. And those two positions, the corporal and the sergeant, kind of fit that model that we hope to go to, where we can split patrol responsibilities. Police records specialist is just to have additional records personnel to support the additional paperwork we've seen. With the training personnel that we're doing with the comms division, we're really focused on a continuity of operations agency-wide, where there's not like a single point of failure in any one of our divisions. And also with the retaining qualified people, we want them to be able to come to Apopka and know that this is a place that they can grow and they can stay here and see that they have the chance to professionally develop. So that training supervisor position, the assistant training communications training supervisor, is just to have a continuity in training, but we also have some quality assurance things that we currently third party to, and we pay roughly estimated $35,000 a year towards. That position has the training and the ability to do some of that quality assurance things that would fulfill that. For the assistant communications manager, this is also a reclassification request to the personnel that are already there. And that's just so we don't have that one person that's the manager of that. If they weren't there, there's some succession planning available for that position. And those are vital positions to our accreditation and to our ability to respond to the needs of the community. And then one of our initiatives that I'll talk about, but it's also personnel request, is that community response officer. That community response officer is a civilian, similar to what you see with Orange County has. They call them field services officers there. A lot of other agencies call them community service officers. It's a non-sworn personnel that can respond to those low-risk calls that maybe are time intensive. But our vision of this program and this initiative is also to have equipment that could go out to an officer if they had a traffic control situation. They would have the ability, because they don't have a cage, that they could have cones and extra crime scene processing equipment that they could do. But with our crossing guards, a lot of the times now, if someone calls out sick, we have to fill that position. We're filling it with sworn personnel. So this would also afford us the opportunity to leave sworn personnel doing proactive policing and true law enforcement aspect, and use that resource to fill those positions. So new initiatives and programs. I spoke a little bit about the community response officer program. The victims advocacy program is a in-house advocate that can assist individuals that suffer from substance abuse disorders. They would provide resource navigation and wraparound services. Funding for that position, we actually have money that was in an opioid settlement fund that has been used for positions like that to fund. So we're exploring that option as an initiative. But this is just someone that would be a strong liaison for the community and what people have going on with substance abuse, and being available to ensure that they connect them with the right people and are there for them. The North and South Patrol divisions and a substation. As we continue to grow as a city, we've seen that the South Side's expanding today quite rapidly. There's plans for the North Side to expand. The response times would be limited, right? We want to maintain that standard that we've kept with our response times of being usually under 8 minutes for a call for service. So we have to strategically place officers in locations where they would be available at any given time. So part of that is an initiative we have of how we're going to start our structure to fulfill that. So for salary increase, Chief Quinn Henry, talking to some of our partners, was trying to see where we would fall. Right now, the reason why we're not asking for additional sworn officers is because we have 15 vacancies as of today. We have initiatives for our recruiting and strategies, and we're going to fill that gap. But we want to remain competitive. We want to remain one of those agencies that is recruiting and retaining the best individuals. So as we look towards this in the next, what we hope to do is position ourselves where we're not coming back to council every year and saying, we need another increase to be competitive. We need another increase to be competitive. That we remain competitive throughout. That, and some of the agencies that you see on this chart have those collective bargaining agreements where they've negotiated 3-year contracts. Some haven't. Some we just were told by command staff where they hope to be positioned. So we want to remain competitive and continue to recruit the best available. So for our long-term projects and goals, obviously a new police department. I know some have echoed that and the plans for that, but we've outgrown our current building. It no longer meets our operational needs. There's been several needs assessments done throughout the years that have kind of echoed that. So it's confirmed both the need for, I have a training facility on there as well, and a modern police headquarters. Right now, even with the training facility, we're limited with being able to have our officers do that low light shooting, no light shooting. We're getting noise complaints based on the area that we're in. And as we continue to grow, and even today, it's cumbersome to have to schedule around patrol schedules and stuff without being able to provide that dedicated facility that's needed to maintain the standards that we have to maintain. We're also going to be exploring in our long-term project strategic investments in SWAT equipment and technology. So the long-term goal in this is risk mitigation, right? SWAT tactics have changed over the years as technologies evolved to ensuring the least risk to the individual involved in that situation or individuals involved in that situation and our members of our team through the use of either drone technology or advanced robotics. So we want to start exploring those options and what those funding options would be to be able to provide the best service possible. So that's all I have. Any questions?
It's close to 7 minutes.
I was trying to get there.
No, I appreciate it. Any public comment on this for police?
We have a great concern about how thin the police department might be stretched, especially with the patrols. Do we have enough out there at one time? If they have to have 3 go to an accident or go where there's a risky situation, 8 go somewhere, do we have enough out there on the road to serve? And you know that people criminals do distraction issues where they've got something going on over here so that you're not over there handling a bank robbery or something. So I'll ask a Rod question. Is this going to give you enough people to serve us properly out on the road?
Thank you.
Great question. So I think we have the personnel to do that. We need more, inarguably, but some of the initiatives you see with that community response officer is if there was an accident that was going to require someone blocking the road or something, that's where we think we can fill that gap, right? And even in some of the positions we're asking for would be a new position, so we're still getting that. But the reality is filling that gap this year is what's important. And that's why we're asking for the increase to be competitive, because if we can fill that gap, we have numbers that we need. We're strategically placing people. Our response times are exceeding what national averages are today. So I think we can do it, but we have to make those strategic investments and goals into being competitive and being that premier agency people are drawn to.
Excellent. Thank you for that question, Dr. Olmstead. Next, Mr. Olson.
I've already talked to the deputy chief and chief about this, but just one of the factors when you look at, people always look at what's the population, what's the ratio with officers. Maybe I can save myself coming to the fire department as well. We have to look at and add the factor of the square miles that we cover. We are we're the biggest city in square miles, and we need to look at that. So when you factor what we need in staffing, we need to make sure that we factor in the fact that we're covering more territory. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
Just exactly what I was going to echo with what Rod said. Typically, the police and fire service work on what's called population density per capita. And it goes back to the fact that, again, we've got to have the same look at what other agencies in other municipalities have. But we're not the same because our officers are spread out more thinly. And looking at potentially new facilities for them, this idea of having a split North and South Division is great. But again, we're going to have to discuss where that's going to be situated, because we really need to look at Fire Station 7 now and whether or not we can actually incorporate a subdivision where the police and the fire service are actually stationed in the same area, maybe over in the north, because Fire Station 7 is already operational on paper, but it's just Fire Service Station 6 and maybe Fire Station 5 that service their needs. So it's on paper that they're continuously accidents at the junctions of the 429 on Kelly Park Road, and there's a lot of officer from the fire and police having to attend accidents out there. And again, if we were widening that road and taking action there, we wouldn't need to be in that position. But really, we'll need to be looking at substation 7 to be built or to be planned now, and maybe look at whether we can integrate the police with that service.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. If you want to make any comments or speak about, I guess that the concern seems to be coverage.
Yes.
Do you feel covered, especially with adding a substation? Does that get us where we need to be, or is it more officers and then obviously
Yeah, I mean, I think
per square mile?
Is it still on?
Yes.
All right. So I think as building develops, that's going to be something that's constantly evaluated. I mean, we're constantly evaluating how we're deploying our personnel, where they are, how many are assigned to each. We have the cities broken up into zones, how many are assigned to each zones, and what those call volumes and need are of that particular area. So we know what's coming. Right. And I think inarguably having an area where we have people dedicated to the amount of personnel that are going to be there is a necessity.
Absolutely. Any other public comment? Commissioners, what do we got?
So in terms of the salaries, these are new hire salaries. This is what you're asking.
So I'm asking for a 5% increase across the board to satisfy compression. Obviously, somebody I hired last year, I don't want a guy starting next year making more money than him. So I'm asking across the board for sworn personnel a 5%.
Okay. Yeah. And then I noticed that you didn't put a fuel program on here.
The fuel card, yes. I believe so. Josh might speak on that. But yeah, it's a citywide initiative, not just the police department. Yes.
And the reason why, for context, for those that are in the room, our officers don't have a fuel program in terms of their units. So they've got to go all the way down to where the one pump is at. Mm-hmm. So if they're heading northbound and they don't have a full tank, they've got to go south to go north again. So we want to make sure we have a fuel card, P card, if you will, for them to be able to fuel up and be able to be a good resource on the move. So yeah, I was just surprised, but anyway,
yes,
that's all I
absolutely.
had.
Great comments.
Our mutual aid agreement with Orange County, mm-hmm. because we have a lot of enclaves that we are totally around the county. Do we have good cooperation with the county?
Yes. Yeah. Especially at all levels, we communicate. Most of our watch commanders have direct communication with their watch commanders that are on the same rotation as us. We kind of follow the same schedule as that. So you get to know each other, but we have mutual aid agreements in place. Anytime officers ask for assistance, we're able to do it through over our radio channels, and we're able to patch and communicate on the same channels too. So we do have cooperation.
Do we find ourselves being the first to arrive to some of these locations?
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, and sometimes they'll ask us if there's an emergency, if we can respond because they have a deputy that's too far out. But yeah, we work pretty seamlessly in that.
Okay, so we got good cooperation there. How about the incentive for recruiting purposes? Do we do any off-duty work where we get incentivized to allow our sworn officers to do off-duty work?
Yes, actually, we do.
I speak of it as a marketing tool with the vehicle present.
Absolutely. I mean, that's part of the issue too, right? Some of these young individuals who are concerned about how much they're going to make today, we can't compete with the off-duty opportunities that Orlando has. It's just not. It's not here today. It's going to be probably a while before we compete at that level, but OPD also has a competitive off-duty strategy where sometimes they're offering $100 an hour to, just because that vendor can raise the rate to make sure that theirs gets full, and sometimes they have that. So some of the off-duties we have are Orlando's. You'll see our officers at Orlando working for them, and those are the details they don't want that our officers have, but also at different stadiums with UCF. So we offer it, and we've establish those partnerships, right, to continue to be competitive and have it. Here in the city, we've kind of set aside certain events that, several years ago used to be city mandated overtime, or they'd have to comp it out. And with the budget that we've had, we've kind of set money aside to say, hey, we'll give you off duty so that you can have that extra. And it is, you're right, you're correct. It's a recruiting tool and it's an incentive.
Well, I like it for the recruiting purposes.
Mm-hmm.
We don't try to disincentivize it by, upping the rates we charge the officer for the use of the vehicle? Do we
We do
charge them?
we do charge a fee, but the officer doesn't see it. The vendor pays it. So a vendor might be told it's $55 an hour. The officer sees it as a $50 an hour rate.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're not trying
Yeah.
to punish the officer.
Yeah, we're not
for
making the
getting-
officer compensate us for that.
Okay, cool.
Nope.
Thank you.
None. It's 10 o'clock.
Thanks, Commissioner. Happy birthday, by the way.
I'm going to save all my questions.
I'm gonna
off
say
the
I can
record.
do it.
I
I can
appreciate
just-
that.
we can do it.
I'm getting no handshakes. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Thank you.
Heading over to fire, Chief Sanchez. I see that we saved utilities and public works for last. Interesting strategy. Chief Sanchez, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, members of the public. My name is Will Sanchez, Fire Chief. I'll keep my presentation as brief as I can to allow for more feedback and discussion and questions. Over the last several years, the city of Apopka has continued to experience significant growth. Residential, commercial development, transportation expansion. Every day, our personnel provide emergency services involving fires, vehicle accidents, entrapments, medical calls, medical transports, fire inspections, and community risk reduction, along with emergency management coordination. Today, the Apopka Fire Department protects approximately 36 square miles, including the city of Apopka and contracted areas of unincorporated Orange County. We currently operate from 6 fire stations with 167 budgeted personnel. Our outlook is built around one simple principle: a growing community requires a growing commitment to public safety. The Apopka Fire Department operates from 3 budget divisions: 2110 Fire Administration, 2120 Fire Suppression, and 2130 EMS Operations. Within these divisions, we are addressing several major priorities: daily operational coordinations, staffing management, employee wellness and behavioral health programs, fleet and facility maintenance and repairs, personal protective equipment, firefighter safety gear and tools, training, continuing education, and credential maintenance, and pharmaceutical and medical supplies. These are mission critical functions necessary to sustain a safe and effective emergency operations 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. One of the most important aspects of this outlook is to identify the department's future operational needs. The Apopka Fire Department is requesting an increase of 10 positions, bringing the total number of personnel from 167 to 177. These positions are focused to strengthen both operational readiness and organizational support. The outlook includes additional firefighters, administrative position, additional support staff positions. Within the fire department, there are 3 primary areas we must sustain in order to remain operational, and that's our personnel, our fleet, and our stations. Our proposed organizational chart includes the requested positions from the previous slide, highlighted in blue. These additions help provide a 4-person staffing model when fully staffed, which aligns with national standards, increased support for employee development, health, and wellness. These investments improve not only the emergency response effectiveness, but also firefighter safety, survivability, and the risk reduction during high-stress operations. One of our priorities within the outlook of this development is the development of our logistics and planning division proposed at 428 West Welch Road in Apopka. The facility would support PPE, which is personal protective equipment and firefighter gear management, equipment and operational support, facility management. This project is not simply about renovating a building, it's about building the infrastructure necessary to support modern fire department. Training remains one of the most critical investments we can make. This budget includes continued development of our training center, live fire and training props, training tower improvements to become a certified fire training center. These investments allow us to train locally, improve firefighter proficiency, and ensure our personnel are prepared for increased complexity and emergencies. On this slide, you can see the logistics and planning building we previously mentioned. The image reflects the current condition of this facility today. and highlights the opportunity we have to renovate and repurpose this decommissioned fire station into a functional support facility for the Apopka Fire Department. It also demonstrates our continued effort to plan proactively and build an infrastructure that supports the long-term needs of a growing community. Sorry, this page is sticking. The positions previously discussed are critical to helping achieve and maintain the direction of the Apopka Fire Department: education, training, and professional development, expand operational capabilities, enhance firefighter health, wellness, and readiness. These initiatives are focused on preparing the department not only for today's demand, but for the future growth and the evolving needs of our community. Future priorities include our training facility upgrades, fire station remodeling and modernization projects. Several of our facilities are aging, and were built for a much different community and operational demand than what we face today. As a response to volume, staffing, equipment, and service expectations and continue to increase, we must ensure that our infrastructure evolves with it. Additional long-term priorities include our apparatus lifecycle replacement. In the earlier slides, you saw the request for us to acquire a new heavy rescue. Our public safety complex, Station 7, and future fire station relocations if needed. As our community continues to expand, proactive planning becomes critical to maintaining effective response times, operational readiness, and a sustainable public safety service throughout Apopka. But with the remaining time, I would like to seek a direction regarding Station 7 and the public safety complex for budgeting purposes. Previously, the previous administration was pursuing a land donation off of Effie Road for Station 7 from Orlando Health. Is this still the direction that this commission would like to pursue? And also, the public safety building is in the planning stage. Is this still the pleasure of this commission to remain on track?
Well, with that,
That's a lot.
thank you. Commission, please feel free to engage in that if you have any questions specifically to that. I'll lead, I guess. Let me say, for specific to any new station, I want to make sure that it isn't just where it's free, but where it's properly providing coverage. So I understand there's maybe a cost savings on land, but I want to make sure that it's actually purposely positioned to serve our residents the best that we possibly can, and to the requirements to keep our SO ratings and whatever additional ratings we want to be working towards. So that's kind of my goal on any station, not just Station 7. And then specific to the public safety building, a lot has gone on with that, and it's somewhat over budgeted. I think we're at 140 million, 150 million in rough cost right now, and I think day one it's going to be functionally obsolete for both departments. Both police and fire will both be unhappy the immediate day that we spend $100 million plus for them to move in. So my concern is what I want to do is break that out, and we're working on what that looks on the financial side, because we've based impact fees and some other fees on a $100 million plus project. What if we break that out and do two $40 million buildings, one dedicated to police just for their use, exactly what they need, and one dedicated for fire just for their use, just what they need, versus trying to mesh the two when they're two very different departments with two very different needs. So that's my stance on it, and my thoughts on it. You may not have refined thoughts on it yet, but the chief is obviously looking for some preliminary feedback. If you have any feedback, please.
Well, I agree in terms of bifurcating the departments, having a north side police department to support the units that are on the north side, obviously having that extra station up there too, but collaboratively with whatever resources you are all, I know you all work wonderful together, but just provide support and resources when needed. But for me, yes, I would be a true proponent, but I would also say bifurcate them and build them separately. So then that way we can still support that up north, and make sure that we're bringing the support that we need up in that area. So my answer is yes.
Thanks.
Commissioner Ruth, anything? Okay.
I kind of like the idea of building two separate
Mhm.
and investing, because it will allow each one, if there needs to be an expansion, that you can build on that expansion in your building, rather than having one building serving two And then if it's you outgrow it, like he said, you'll outgrow it, and then you take it over, and there's no room to expand. Okay,
That's why
thank you.
people can't hear you.
I know. But I do agree with having the two buildings separate because I believe that it will allow for expansion. You can expand on one building. You may not need to do that with the police department, but you may need to do that with the fire station. And as far as the expanding to what is it, fire station 7 or 8? Which
7 right
one are
now,
you
ma'am.
working on?
Well, with Fire Station 7, with the previous administration, there was a agreement or there was a handshake agreement as far as talks of providing a location on Orlando Health's property off of Effie Road. But we do not know when that project is going to take off, and we are in need to put another fire station on the north side of town. If you look at this last slide up here, this represents every single fire station that we have. And if you look at that northwest corner, we have zero coverage up there. With apartments going up every other month, we're seeing some type of new development going. We would like to put a fire station in that area. I'm just seeking that direction of, can I go separately outside of the current plan that exists, or do we want to stay on track with this? Because then we'd have to look for a land swap or purchase some type of land out there.
So, where is Orlando Health building? The hospital.
They have not started. They have some land off of Effie Road.
And they have it where?
On yes.
Oh, okay. So it's on this side over here. Okay, but you're saying on this where Rock Springs Ridge. I'm sorry, Rock Springs Ridge. Rock Springs Run. There's no coverage on that side.
Further north, as we continue to annex, that red border is the JPA. That's as far as we're
Okay.
going for annexation purposes. Now, for us to build a fire station, this should be like Olympic rings. They should overlap to a certain point for coverage area. The first dark ring around it is our distance for travel time to meet our NFPA requirements to be in compliance with best practices. When you look at that north side, there's zero coverage, and especially with these these apartment complexes that are going on and possibility of up to a 10-story building going in, we have to get a tower truck up there. We are modifying currently Station 5 to put our new tower. Should be here in the next 4 to 6 weeks on the north side to provide some type of aerial coverage there. Because currently the tower truck that would be dispatched is coming from next door.
Yeah.
And we're trying to get this to a burning apartment on the north side of town by Round Lake Road, Effie Road. We're not going to make it in time. That's why this is a true priority for us, and we want to get this moving as fast as possible.
Well, I guess that's a conversation that. I mean, you know best. You know best where the calls are at. But you're right. Right off of the Kelly Park interchange, you already have multiple dwellings there. People already living. How many floors? How many
There's
floors?
4-story apartments out there right now. There's multiple neighborhoods that have gone up, and we have zero coverage on that north side. Even coming out of Station 5 does take over that 10-minute span to get out there.
Mm.
The traffic, I mean, we're kind of positioned in a weird location with Station 5, but getting out of there, depending what's going on in the park and where they're responding to, it does make it challenging for us.
Yeah. I guess that's a conversation we can have at some point.
Absolutely.
It's
So-
10 after 10.
So right now
we're
I'm
good.
at 10 o'clock at night. I'm really not ready to make a decision that's a really major decision. Haven't been able to speak with our current police chief to see what her thoughts is about it. There's so much going to a strategic plan when it comes to something that we've been discussing for at least 2 years now. So I'm not willing, without really doing a deep dive and what the pros and cons of both are, I'm not willing to really to make a decision. I don't have an opinion on it right now.
Gotcha.
Like
Yeah, I'm just trying to
Yeah, I
seek a
just
little
can't-
bit more
I don't-
direction in it in the sense of our budget's due on the 22nd. I want to make sure that's aligned with
Yeah,
your
let's just kinda
wishes.
throw it out as like, whoop.
I'd like to know that we got an agreement with our planning department because a lot of that future construction up there.
Yeah, we don't know. That's a lot
Take a lion's share of the funding of this too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of going into.
And a quick question: how much was Fire Station 6 to build all out? Do you remember that number?
Just under $5 million.
So just under $5 million. So when I speak about $40 million for a new fire station, I mean it's built out. We're going to be able to grow into it. It's probably a little too much. So I think there's some savings we can get when we break these out. But to your point, please do meet with Chief Quinn Henry, meet with our Chief Sanchez
Chief,
as well,
yes,
and work through those kind of the pros and cons of what that looks like. And then unless you had anything else to present.
No,
Do you
sir.
also think, excuse me, or do you think we need to really, because this is something really, I think, really important. Do you think we need to have like an hour set aside, another meeting to really deep dive? This is a lot.
I'd be happy to, and I think
Okay,
it's
'cause this is
important
so
too because our
important.
impact fees are dictated by the cost of this new building. So it helps
Really
us to
need to.
refine statutorily what our impact fees look like.
In the impact fees, we have the public safety building, the training center,
We have all
as
that.
well as, I believe, Fire Station 7. As
Okay.
a part of that
So
as
So
well.
it just may, and we're looking into what that looks like to adjust it and what ramifications that does have. So
But timing is critical because we do have contracts out there for design and the CMAR.
So
and
we need to
they're-
get on
we
it like
gotta-
ASAP.
yeah, so I think let's
We gotta-
prioritize that.
yeah.
It's definitely important. I definitely want to get everyone's questions answered as well for that.
I got one more thing to add.
Yes, sir.
And maybe you could add some clarity to it, Chief. The logistics building. My recollection of a younger person, that building was willed to the fire department. So that's a fire department structure, and I'm just letting the other members know that that was willed and given to the city for the fire service. So that building, can't end up being a storage area for another department.
Mm-hmm.
It's solely for the fire department. I just want to go
Just-
on the record saying
Thank you, sir. Yes.
that building was gifted to the fire department.
Excellent. I love that we're using it again. And one final comment before we go to public comment on this is I do know we have a couple partnerships with local municipalities that are going to be coming in to take advantage of everything this department has created so far. So that'll be coming across your desks here soon. I just think it shows how well this department is growing and how forward thinking they are. So just kudos to you and your
Thank you.
team. Any other comments from you guys?
I just a question. In terms of your training center, do other municipalities come and utilize the training center?
So we do. We have partnership agreements right now with City of Winter Garden. We have with the City of Maitland. We are in the legal clearance with the City of Orlando to do a partnership agreement, interlocal agreement for them to come out to our training center and do some training here.
Does that bring any capital?
No, for us, the interoperability within the actual departments responding to a major event truly is the benefit behind this, not the
Okay.
dollar amount. For us, the training aspect, they bring their equipment, our equipment, we share those best practices. That's invaluable for us.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
just wanted to make sure I would
Yeah.
ask.
Yeah, and a
Thank
key
you.
point to that, like with that we're about to do with Orlando, is they're going to allow us to train when they're going in the 10, 15, 20-story buildings. We get to train with them now. If they're at theme parks, I know it's really unique and not so much to hear. It allows us to get that very unique, somewhat odd training, but it builds some proficiency in unique scenarios.
Correct.
So a lot of value there. Public comment. All right.
Albert McKimmey, 3603 Golden Gem Road. With respect to a partnership with the Orlando Health and the fire service on Effie Road, it's a crazy idea just now. Because, guys, if you've driven along Effie Road, until Effie Road's widened, there's no way a fire service tender can travel down that road in emergency. So if you're looking at that, it's absolutely crazy. And we don't have the money, as far as I can see, potentially from the Pioneer Agreement to do anything in the immediate future with Effie Road. We're in the same position on Golden Gem Road. There's no way we can have a fire service tender careering up and down there with school buses. So there is a potential solution that we could do. And I don't know how viable it is. But it appears that there's some of the partners within the Pioneering Agreement having some financial difficulties in raising the money to go into escrow to fulfill their obligations. It would make sense to me if we could partner with somebody within the Pioneering Agreement to allow a fire station on their premises. Because if they've already got 4-story buildings and they can spare a piece of land within that area, then the travel time to a 4-story building becomes negligible. There's a Kelly Park, crossroads at Kelly Park, and there's Kelly Park VB Developments. Both have multi-story buildings in there. In fact, Kelly Park VB Developments are even speaking about putting an air ambulance in there. It makes sense if we could partner with them in any way to have a fire training facility on their piece of land, if they have anything available, that's where we would put it. Because then ingress and egress is directly onto Kelly Park Road. It's not consistent with either Effie, or Golden Gem, because you guys can't tell Chief Sanchez when that roads are going to be up to standard.
Thank you, Mr. McKimmey. Yeah, and I want to make sure that we have the right site location. I don't want to have to be forced into a location. I want to make sure. So, but well received. If a developer's willing to do it, I think it's worth doing. Absolutely.
We know this is one department we can get rid of. We don't need a fire department, do we? uh, that was sarcasm for anybody out there that thinks I was suggesting getting rid of the fire department. I think half of them have been in my house before. Um, Conveying and that public relations you're talking about, possibly getting someone to do public relations, is very important. I know that recently the police department is getting more public relations out there. The fire department is having the organizational charts out there for people to know who is what and where they are in the structure of things is very important. Citizens responded really good to knowing who is there, what they look like. When they go to public events, they can see who the chief is, who is um, a captain, whatever, in all these different departments. Knowing that helps convey a person to person relationship. And then seeing this type of thing here, I could never visualize this very easily on a maps or a Google. It just had a little dot, but it didn't show me the response time or anything. And when you look at those areas that aren't covered, and I just asked right before the meeting at the break, I said, when are we going to have enough houses to cover these expanded areas? And how many more are we going to need? And then we have to look at how much more land is out there that some commission might decide to annex. You know, how much further is the city going to expand? And have we put away maintenance money? The one thing that a lot of people do not put away is enough PM, preventative maintenance money, and replacement of capital buildings and repair of capital buildings. And so we look at the condition that everybody was complaining about some of the fire stations at one time. Well, then we had all these roofs that went bad and there was no money available to fix them. And they just put tarps or patched them a little. We have to have that PM money slot. And then we have to make sure that we have enough capital to fix and repair.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Chief, anything else on your end? Commission, anything else on your end for this? Appreciate you. Thank you so much. We are on to sanitation. Mr. Robinson, come on down. Sanitation and fleet, excuse me.
Mayor, commissioners, members of the public. Tonight we're going to talk about fleet and sanitation. As you all know, the sanitation department, we provide residential waste twice a week, commercial waste on a daily basis, yard waste, bulky waste, appliances, and recycling. The fleet division services 160 pieces of heavy equipment and trailers and about 445 vehicles and around 700 pieces of small equipment. Just want to let you know, you've got two really resourceful, hardworking groups between fleet and sanitation that keeps, we've got 150 tons of trash that hit the curb every day. And it doesn't matter who called out or what trucks are broke down. They're up at 5 in the morning trying to figure out how to make it all happen. We don't do it 100% of the time, but we do it about 99% of the time. So, they're good. And Charlie and his crew, same with fleet. He's pounded daily by police cars fire trucks, garbage trucks, all of them that need to go today. So, really good crew there. Some of the highlights and priorities this year in sanitation, part of it was the geotab data storage. That's about 10,000 a year, and then the cameras themselves are 10,000 a year. We already use geotab. It's the telematics program, and we monitor driving behaviors, harsh braking, harsh turning, these kind of things to give feedback to the drivers. But we still have that, 80% of our accidents are caused by 20% of the same people over and over again, until we finally get them out the door. Well, I think the benefit of the camera system is you not only to help with the liability, which is a double-edged sword. It can also work against you. But the real value is the training value. I've used this in the past, and a truck may hit a chuck hole that saves the video. So that the camera is looking ahead and looking at the driver at the same time. It's recording all the time, but it doesn't save all that unless it hits an event. And the guy hits a pothole, and we take a look at the video, and he's on the phone with a cigarette, steering with his elbow. So yeah, big training opportunity there. So those are the kind of things we would benefit from it. So we have that in the budget. We have quotes for our current vendor. Christy and I will be meeting with some other vendors that there's different levels, obviously, of any type equipment or service out there, and we just want to explore some of those. But for kind of a basic setup, about an extra 20 grand a year. So disposal fees, that's a big chunk of our total expense, about $2 million for the garbage, about $500,000 for yard waste and bulky disposal, $350,000 for recycling, and vehicle maintenance, looking at about $980K this year, and $475 for temp labor. Fleet, we're looking to do some painting on some of the older equipment that we're keeping, and training. Training is probably going to be a big focus for fleet. Not only he's wanting to put some money in for CDL training, but also we have a lot of very experienced and talented and competent people there, but we don't have the certification to go with it. So we're going to be looking at, continuing the training and also getting the certifications, especially for, EVT for the chiefs to have that certification to show that we're able to maintain those vehicles as well. But there's again, I think we get the job done, and the chief has always complimented Charlie and his crew on that. The highlights and priorities for this year. Big year for equipment for the division. 3 side loaders are due for replacement. That's about $1.8 million, and 1 rear loader for replacement. That's $485K. For the fleet division, we're looking at snap-on toolboxes for each mechanic station. Right now we use Harbor Freight, this, that, and the other. The city provides the tools for the mechanics, and so we want to invest in some quality tools with some quality stations that they're all laid out in neoprene, so you can see exactly every tool, what's missing, what's there. So lifetime tools, one, cry once, buy once kind of thing. And he wants to replace an old cat loader that's a hand-me-down wheel loader, $165,000, and a heavy-duty wheel lift. May not. Well, we'll see when we buy that. Probably put it in the budget this year, but it'll be for lifting fire engines and garbage trucks to work on. This year, I want to develop a solid waste master plan and really get feedback from you all as to what you want our division to look like. There's a lot of, Dr. O, we talked with a vendor that does the composting, and a lot of communities, there's just a lot out there. Composting, different ways of recycling education, right down to incineration. There's other ways to do it. We have a good solid system that I think you could do no wrong to just stick with what you got. But if the community wants to look at different things, I'd like to kind of put together a plan with your feedback and see if there's any interest in changing the way we do things. Some of these can be offsetting in cost. Some of them are going to be an increase in cost. Uh, uh, Recycling used to be that we disposed of that 2,500 tons a year for free. Now we're paying 133, where we're paying 50 for garbage. It's costs more to get rid of recycling of this garbage. So these are things I just want you to be aware of. And as you're talking to your constituents, give us some feedback and direction on that. Big one for next year, we hope to construct the new fleet facility, somewhere hopefully about $6 million, 20,000 square feet, all the tools and space that he needs to maintain this fleet and do it the way it should be. We've way outgrown the buildings now. The equipment doesn't fit in it. He doesn't have room for all the mechanics that we need to maintain it. So really looking forward to that. Sanitation, we inventory quite a few garbage cans, both for commercial and residential. We keep the residential out at that place at North Shore on Lust Road, and it's not really ideal for that. And we want to, so we've used sanitation's money to go ahead. We were planning to do it a separate building, but we're going to go ahead and do it so Fleet can get the benefit until we get the new one built. And then the shed on the back of that, the one building, then when we take over that building, we'll have that storage area then for the containers. And then again, on the talking about training and Fleet as well, training for Rosenbauer and the emergency equipment and getting those certifications for all of our staff. To answer your question earlier, Commissioner, sanitation has had a lot of accidents, especially this year. We've had a rough year. In 25, we hired 5 people. That's a lot of turnover, 5 replacements, And we've had a lot of accidents with, they put those on these big trucks, 250,000 miles a year, 40,000 truck hours down every road in the street, regardless of the mailboxes and the parked cars and the basketball goals. And it's a challenging job to make it. So in terms of accidents per mile, I don't know if we are the highest, but in terms of raw accidents, we're definitely one that would warrant probably the first focus of whether or not we want to utilize permanently this camera system. The negative of that system is you've got 20% of the people that need this. The other 80% have to be subjected to this camera in their face all day. So, something to think about when we decide to whether or not we want to fully implement that. It can save money. I think it's a good training tool if it's used right. And that's the key too, that you can't just install that and then you're done. Someone has to monitor that and use it. And so that takes staff time, so there's more to it than just spending money and hope that we, reap some benefit. So, but we're going to start. I mean, it's relatively painless cost, I think, to try it for a year and see what kind of benefit we think we can get long term.
Excellent.
And that's it.
Thank you, sir. Public comment?
Sit in the front.
Yeah, really. You're coming.
Are you? On the phone?
It's about to reset for tomorrow.
On the phone, he's a lot shorter. Josh is always available when you call, except when he takes a vacation when you need him. He does a great job of getting things done. Going back to the natural way of doing things. Our society has used technology and to cause problems. And we've ended up contaminating our soil and our water by these great inventions. And I think that we could possibly, with what Josh saw this week and Sarah saw Friday, and materials I've sent you, is we can possibly reverse what we've been doing to fill these landfills up, reduce the tipping, reduce the trucks, reduce the labor, and then get a natural product and then eliminate pesticide, irrigation, and fertilizer in the city, on our properties. And that would be through the composting. And anywhere up to from 50 to 75% of what you're putting in the landfill and these guys are hauling away could be made into compost. And so that's a whole lot of a dump that we can eliminate using. And there's a lot of material that Josh has now, and Sarah. And I think that going back to nature, just like planting the native plants of Florida, the Florida-friendly plants, getting away from sod grass, which is the law, Florida-friendly law, is going to help save money and maybe even make money.
Thank you.
Rod Olson, and just so marvelous overall, marvelous job that all the city employees do. It's just been incredible. I've had next to Northwest Recreational Complex. I spend more time in the garage than anywhere else. And no matter who pulls up, no matter how busy they are, someone always drops what they're doing to come out. Whether it's police, whether it's fire, whether it's someone from the fleet, or myself as a volunteer, they stop what they do and take care of you. It's awesome. In regard to, I've lived in 6 different states and about a dozen different communities. This is the only community where when one of the sanitation drivers leaves the trash can and it tips over, they actually get out of the truck and stand it back up. That's incredible. I want to thank you and your team.
Don't go.
Thank you for those comments.
Don't go, Rod. He going.
Albert McKimmey, 3603 Golden Gem Road. I really would like to see Apopka live up to its name of the green capital of the world. And I think we should really be doing that by looking at recycling. I think we should look at all sorts of potential technologies for recycling. Composting, I'm not sure about, but I haven't investigated it. My initial reaction to composting is it takes time to take effect. And I don't know if you can afford the land and the time to compost, and then if you're trying to do it in a central area, whether it creates smell or not. But we really need to look at the potential for green technology. There's so much new green technology that's come out here with electrical generation from waste materials and things. The other thing is, with all this new development that we've got, look at all the building material gets thrown into skips. It shouldn't be going into skips. We should, in some way or other, find a way to recycle that and use that to build homes for the homeless. There's lots of things we should be doing, and I'm not going to waste time tonight, but I think it's worth having a workshop and discussing how the city can move to a greener future.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner, any questions?
No.
You guys got so much energy now. I appreciate it. We're almost to the end. I appreciate everyone's focus. Utilities, Mr. Brooks.
Yes, it's going to be a while. Don't start that clock just yet. No, I won't be long at all, I hope. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Glenn Brooks, Utilities Operation Director. I will be presenting the Utilities Operation Department budget for the fiscal year 26-27. This proposed budget will be covering operational expenses, personnel, and capital equipment. All capital projects related to the Utilities Operations Division will be presented next by Vladimir Seminowski, Public Works Director. So I just want to get that.
Make sure you're speaking into the mic.
Speak
Oh,
into the mic.
yeah,
There you
okay.
go.
It's for those tall people. Okay. Everyone, did you get that?
We're good. Keep
Okay,
moving.
we're good. All right. So, introduction. Utilities Operation Department is comprised of 6 divisions. It is managed by the Utility Operations Director, Glenn Brooks. The department provides the following services to the city: 3010 Administration, Customer Support Services, Work Order Requests; 3111 Water Plant, maintenance of 5 water treatment plants, maintenance of tray aeration and chlorination, water quality inspection reports; 3121 the wastewater plant, treatment of wastewater and distribution of reuse water to the 3 reclaimed water treatment facilities; regulatory testing for water and wastewater departments; 3141 water maintenance, maintenance of water mains, reuse mains, fire hydrants, water valves, air release valves, and water service connections; utility locate and restoration program. 3171 wastewater maintenance. That's the lift stations, force mains, gravity mains, ARVs, reclaim valves, manholes, and sewer connection services, and right-of-way maintenance and oversee the odor control and bypass pump inspections. 3191 plant maintenance. That's continuous operation and maintenance of the wastewater and reuse treatment facilities, ensuring capital equipment and life cycles. Some of the operation budget highlights and priorities for the water plant. We're asking for $140,000 extra this year for that will be for our compliance sampling required by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and with the St. John's Water Management District. Pump repair and maintenance, we're asking for $250,000 here. That will be to replace 2 high service pumps this upcoming budget year. And we're asking for $450,000 for sodium hypochlorite, and that is due to cost increase from $1.53 per gallon to $1.77 per gallon and going up.
Make sure to stay high level with this.
High level. Okay, wastewater, we're going to move to wastewater. 3121 sludge hauling costs, we're going to get high level. $775,000 we're asking for. That's due to the cost of per dry ton from $84 a ton to $102 a ton. Reclaimed water storage pond maintenance, we're asking for $75,000 for it. That is not Golden Gym. That's down the Cleveland Street to keep the maintenance of some of the smaller ponds we have there throughout the year. Again, sodium hypochlorite, we're asking for $396,000 there. That's due to a cost increase. Water maintenance, here you said get to it, so here we go, Mayor. Lead and copper program, we're asking for $4.185 million, 460, 4.185,460 for the next 10 years.
Annually, correct?
Annually.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Annually. But I got some good news, so let me share it with you. We're asking for that for the next 2 years, but here's what we had done. So we, like I say, I've got good news. The city has successfully completed and submitted its lead service line inventory to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. The inventory identified approximately 32,821 total service lines within the city's potable water distribution system, including 29,274 non-lead service lines. That leaves us with 3,547 service lines unknown that we feel that based on that number, we can drastically reduce this 4.185,460. So not going to tell you what, but I think we can at least cut it in half. So
excellent.
Feel good. And next is the valve replacement program. We're asking for $300,000 here. The fire hydrant program, and all these is mandatory by DEP for us to be doing these, so it's not something we need to be doing. $250,000. Potable reclaim meters, flex nets, we're asking for $1.7 million. New construction meters, we're asking for $700,000 there. Meter resets, we're asking for $100,000, and $200,000 for restoration after the utility repairs have been made. Moving to wastewater maintenance, 3171. We're asking for a hurricane, as we know, we're fixing to be right in the hurricane season. We're asking for $200,000 there for hurricane prep. We're asking for $172,000 for sewer manhole rehab, $275,000 for gravity mains and lateral and CIPP lining, and $130,000 for electrical instrumentation repairs and control maintenance, and $750,000 for lift station replacement and renewal program. Some of the current large CIP
We're asking for a new scissor lift. This is needed for the warehouse. The one we have is about 20 years old. It won't hold a charge. Vector truck. That's another big one. We're asking for one this year. We're going to ask for it for on sewer on the sewer side at 632,000. We're also looking to replace a truck this budget year, a 550, 170,000, an F350. Sorry, or F750 for 350,000. Some of the additional CIP is we're asking for 150,000 for a new gearbox mixer at the wastewater plant, 85,000 for mini excavator, and 70,000 for Plymouth Regional bleach tank to replace the bleach tanks out there, and 250,000 for the Northwest wastewater treatment plant high service distribution pump, and 500,000. This is for the ground storage tank grade and leveling down at the Cleveland Street. We've had our engineers look at it, and there's some work that we got to do there. And there we go. I am asking, overall, I'm asking for, over the next 3 years, we're asking for 25 new positions. And in this year, we're asking for 9. One is for environmental specialist, 3121. We're asking for 2 service workers in sewer maintenance and 2 in water maintenance. We're asking 1 utilities records clerk, instrumentation specialist. We're asking for 2 of those in this year's budget, and I think that'll be it. But and as you can see in year 27, we're going to ask for 10 positions there, and then 6 positions in 2028-29. Some of the new initiatives and programs we're doing: a Guardian skid maintenance repair program we're working on, hard piping project to replace belly tank at the Grossenbacher water plant. 3121, we're setting up cellular SCADA. I think Rob has said communication for the Northwest pump station, and a new security fence at our water reclamation facility. Water maintenance, we're looking at valve maintenance and operation program, the cross connection, which I know Mr. Rod Olson would ask about that, control program, and again, the lead service line replacement program that I mentioned earlier, and the meter replacement program. Wastewater maintenance, we've been 2 new lateral rehab projects, lift station renewal prioritization program, and ARV replacement program. Plant maintenance, we're looking at chlorination system maintenance repair and maintenance program, and air compressor maintenance program replacement. And for the long-term project goals, continue adding repair and maintenance of lift stations. This is so critical. We got 178 now, and so we really need. And the Golden Gem, which I think Vlad will be speaking of a little later, is really essential that we get that up and going. And we are going to continue to work on the valve replacement and maintenance project, meter change outs, and the lead and copper program, as I mentioned earlier, that I'm hoping that'll be reduced from that $4 million that we were talking. So I feel comfortable on that number. And continue to work on our wastewater collection system pipeline and rehab and replacement program. And that is it.
Perfect. Thank you. Public comment.
Albert McKimmey, 363 Golden Gem Road. I'll just mention one thing. Earlier on tonight, again, it was Sylvester Hall that asked how many lift stations there was. We just got the answer. I always knew it was about 180. But here's the problem. You've only budgeted 750,000 for the maintenance of those lift stations. It's also fairly well known that 30% of those lift stations are out past the reasonable lifespan. Some of them have been for 60 years. I believe that lift station 17 recently cost, and I'm not sure, I'm only speculating on this, but somebody said there was a figure of over $1 million for a single lift station. So my thoughts are, over the next 4 years, we're budgeting much, much more than what you're speaking about today. I would say by a factor of at least 10. So I don't think your lift stations are anywhere near what you're speculating they are. They're in much worse condition than they are.
Thank you, Mr. McKimmey.
Glenn's been worked so hard, he's a shadow of himself. He's worn a lot of it off. Um, the naturalist, I believe you said it was a naturalist you wanted.
What's that?
A naturalist, the first position you had listed, environmentalist. That's vital. And especially with us being on the watersheds we're on, and we're in the Wakaiva protection area, there's so many intricate laws, and that's the only way to protect our water source. Because if you don't protect what's going down, what comes up to you to drink and use is going to be awful. And then you have to have more equipment, more filters, put more chemicals in. And so that what's going down in the storm drains is important. Education is important for the citizens. They've got to know. That's what I do is educating people on that end. But the city needs, and again, in that PR is letting people know, PI, public image, letting them know what they're doing in that department and how to take care of it. And so that environmentalist would be vital. Um, there was another, oh, I had a question. You're paying to haul off all this sludge. Are you not making any biosolids?
Yeah, we're having the sludge just hauled off by Shelley's Environmental, but you're saying, are we making? I'm sorry. Yeah, let me get it. Yeah, to answer your question there, Dr. O, we have we're making biosolids through a belt filter press, and it's hauled off by sludge by Shelley's Environmental right now. We got a thermal dryer down there that makes Class A biosolids. We just had another study done on it to see if it was beneficial to use it right now. It's not cost effective. So what we do is we have our biosolids hauled off and then land applied. Once it leaves our facility, we're no longer responsible for that, just as on our facility. So once it leaves that truck, it's the hauler's responsibility.
Working with the Orlando one of the managers in Orlando, the city of Orlando, he works with biosolids, and it's sold. The materials are sold, and when he pointed out golf courses that were green all winter long during these heavy freezes, and he said what it was the biosolids put off heat and keeps the grass alive from the heat, and that they only have to be applied once every 2 years to plant life because they stay hard and solid and slowly dissolve. So maybe talk with Eric Malier. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll stay up here for the last one. Rod Olson, a couple things briefly. The aspect of the water meters, I'm pleased you're getting that squared around, but it's something we've talked for 5 years, so I'm looking forward to that being finalized. I think that, in last May, I asked for documentation of preventative maintenance, and it showed 0 for sewer, water, lift stations. And I can only assume that some of the equipment, as I indicated earlier, is running beyond the work is being done. But if it's not documented, it didn't happen. I come from a healthcare background. We need to verify that PM is actually taking place. And finally, with regard to backflow preventers, I recommended in the past, I recommend again now, we should be taking over the responsibility. If my backflow preventer is not timely in placing it, I could impact neighbors and friends with what could be backed up and could be a problem. I think the city, as most of the easy for me to say, municipalities around us, they take control of it. That way, I've done this street or this development's been done, and it doesn't become a guessing game or potential health risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olson.
I have Rogers back. I have 2 questions. And specific to the Golden Gym Rehab, is that the pond that had the issue? The Golden Gym Rehab, is that the pond?
No, that's North Breeze, Jason Dwelly. The pond you're talking about?
The one that I guess collapsed.
The one that collapsed, yeah, Golden Gym. Yeah.
So is there a cost associated with that?
Vladimir or someone else will be presenting that.
Okay. And the lead and copper program, and it says 10 years. Mm-hmm. Is that water pipe? like,
It's water.
so I guess what's the total amount of, I guess, linear feet that needs to be replaced, I guess is my question.
He asked the question, so I'm going to address it here. On October the 16th, 2004, the city successfully completed and submitted its lead service line inventory and associated LSR plan to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, FDP, and EPA in compliance with federal requirements. The inventory identified approximately 32,821, as I said, below total service lines within the city's potable water distribution system, including 29,274 non-lead service lines and 0 confirmed lead service lines and 0 galvanized required replacement service lines, and approximately 3,540 service lines currently classified as unknown. The city also established a GIS integrated inventory management system, public notification program, public facing inventory lookup capabilities, and annual compliance framework. So I think, Vladimir, do you know how many was feet?
So these lead and copper pipes are primarily the lateral pipes. They're serving the residents, the homes. And we can assume some of them will be probably a short service. Some of them are long run, which is across the street. Typically, they wouldn't be more than 50 to 60 feet on connection per piece. So we can do some calculations based on the almost 4,000 locations that we have.
So we don't know. We don't have that number right now. Okay.
No,
we don't know. Good question, sir. Thank you.
Would it be fair to say that they're in probably more of our older neighborhoods?
Yes, probably. Yes. Yeah, we need to do further investigation, and we're going to proceed with that throughout the year. We're going to try to locate most of them and
Well,
see
I was
actually.
just trying to help generalize.
Yeah, we'll
if
probably,
you're going to look in the
yes,
areas, the
exactly.
older neighborhoods is where you'll primarily find that.
Correct.
Any other public comment, commissioners? Anything else on this one? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're a little over 2 hours, so you got like
Flab won't be
30
long.
seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds. So,
Where are we now?
Public Works, Streets, Stormwater,
Yes.
Design, Engineering, Transportation Department. 7 minutes.
Move over here.
How many slides
All
do you
right.
have?
So number 14, but we're still on May 13.
Okay.
We're almost there.
Great. All right, let's knock it out.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and Apopka residents. Thank you for the opportunity to present the fiscal year 2026-27 budget workshop for the Public Works Department. I would like to begin with our department overview and mission statement taken directly from the presentation material. The City of Apopka Public Works Department consists of 8 specialized divisions that collectively support the planning, design, construction, operation, and maintenance of the city transportation utilities and stormwater system. The department includes 32 full-time employees led by the Public Works Director and plays a central role in delivering reliable infrastructure services for a rapidly growing community. Public Works oversees the capital improvement program for transportation, utilities, and stormwater, and provides engineering and project support for CIP projects associated with other city facilities, including parks and recreation assets. Our mission is equally central to our role, which is to plan, design, construct, and maintain safe, resilient, and sustainable public infrastructure, to support responsible development, to ensure effective utility, transportation, and stormwater services, and to provide high-quality operational and technical support that enhances quality of life for all residents and businesses in the city of Apopka. The 8 distinct divisions that together support Apopka's infrastructure network are administration, development engineering, transportation engineering and traffic operations, utilities engineering, construction management, GS and assets management, MPDS MS4, which is Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System Program Management, and Streets and Stormwater Operations and Maintenance Management. We also have additional department responsibilities, of course, which is the capital improvement program. Focusing on the operating budget highlights and priorities, this year's operating budget focuses on strengthening our capacity to keep pace with growth and improve the resiliency of our city's infrastructure. Key priorities include support for rapid growth. We are expanding engineering, inspection, and construction coordination capabilities to respond to unprecedented development activity. We're also advancing capital project delivery. Public Works continues to lead major transportation, utilities, and stormwater projects while supporting Parks and Recreation and other departmental capital needs. Improving roadway mobility performance. This includes congestion relief, intersection upgrades, traffic operations improvements, and multimodal enhancements. Modernizing water, wastewater, and reclaimed water system. Targeted pipeline replacements, capacity improvements, and modernization projects will help ensure long-term system reliability. Stormwater system enhancements, improving drainage, increasing flood resilience, and maintaining compliance with MPDS requirements remain top priorities. Strengthening operations and maintenance. We aim to improve roadway, sidewalk, and right-of-way maintenance, expand stormwater cleaning and repair efforts, and maintain strong emergency response capability. Enhancing data asset management and technology. It means expanding GIS, asset tracking, and long-range forecasting helps improve capital planning and maintenance decision making. And finally, improving customer service. We continue working to improve transparency, communication, and responsiveness for residents, businesses, and development partners.
You don't have to read this whole thing.
Yeah.
You want 17 new positions. Got
17
it.
new
We can dig in
positions.
later.
Okay. Okay. Staffing considerations.
17.
Yeah. The staffing plan anticipates a phased approach to filling critical roles over the next 3 fiscal years. For fiscal year 26-27, the department is requesting 11 positions, including engineers, inspectors, crew leaders, and maintenance staff across development engineering, streets and stormwater, and right-of-way operations. An additional 6 positions are forecasted in fiscal year 27-28 to complete the organizational build-out needed to support rising service demands. No additional positions are projected for now for fiscal year 28-29. This phase strategy balances operational needs with budgetary responsibility and ensures sustainable service levels. The main reason why we have these 6 positions in stormwater is we're currently short on 2 positions, and we try to build the second crew. So each crew consists of 4 members, a crew leader, and 3 maintenance workers. So by doing these additional 2 positions, we're going to fill in the first crew and complete the second with, of course, 1 crew leader and 3 maintenance workers. That will equal basically the streets operations that already has 2, and the plan is in 27-28 to build the third crew for the street operations and maintenance. That's why we have those 6 plus 4, total of 10 positions over the 2 years within the streets and stormwater operations and maintenance. I'm going to skip briefly to some of the new initiatives and programs that we have, and then we'll go back to the capital improvement program. The following 2 slides outline our innovation-driven initiatives for the upcoming year, including AI-driven pipe inspection, using automated sensing technologies to evaluate water, wastewater, and stormwater pipelines more efficiently and cost-effectively, AI-based infrastructure prioritization, predictive analytics to forecast system risk and optimize repair and replacement schedules, roadway resurfacing and rehabilitation program expanding resurfacing activities using data-driven pavement evaluations, stormwater resilience enhancements, modernizing stormwater assets and improving flood risk management, utility system capacity improvements, accelerating upgrades to support growth and improve system redundancy, right-of-way and traffic safety enhancements, upgrading sidewalks, signage, traffic controls, and multimodal access, field operations modernization, strengthening crew structures and operational workflows to improve service response, and finally, GS mapping and digital asset expansion, integrating real-time field data and expanding digital asset management to support a long-term forecasting. So I guess that was in 7 minutes. So now back to the back back to the capital improvement program. So
Quickly, briefly,
yeah, so
high level,
we can start
high
with
level.
high level, exactly. We can start with a portable drinking water system. We're highlighting three projects here that we're gonna cover over the next 3 fiscal years. The first one is the citywide asbestos cement and galvanized pipes replacement, which will go over probably 5 to 10 years, total of $30 million. We're looking at about $24 million, which is 80% for the asbestos and cement replacement, and about $6 million for the galvanized. We have started a project 2 years ago. We're utilizing now currently. We have grants for about 3.56 million. We last city commission meeting, we approved the additional 1 million, so that brings to total of 3.56. When we started the program, we had about 10.8 miles of asbestos cement remaining in the system. The one in front of the high school, Apopka High School on Martin Street, was already replaced. So that was the phase one. So now we're moving with phase 2, 3, and 4 as we go through the next 3 years. Currently, we have 10.4 miles remaining in the asbestos cement pipe, and we have about 2.5 miles of galvanized pipes. And the galvanized are typically smaller pipes between 1 inch and 4 inch. Uh, on the asbestos cement pipe, we have 3 inch to, I think the largest is a 14 inch. But there's just a few, they're 10, 12, or 14, maybe just a few locations.
A lot of your lead
A lot of them
is
are.
going to be attached to that too, so you're going to kill two
Correct.
birds with one stone.
Correct. Yes. The second project that we were looking into is the new water treatment plant at the Golden Gem site. This is again just portable drinking water. This one's going to be 3.8 million gallons a day capacity. It's going to be done over a 2 or 3 year period. We're looking between 25 to 40 million, depending on what the water testing is going to show for the lower aquifer, because we cannot drill any more new wells in the upper aquifer, and we're just replacing the last two that we have. Actually, we completed the one at Grossenbacher. We're waiting on the pump to be delivered probably sometime in August, and that will be completed. And we're finishing up the one at Plymouth Regional. This is the old Orange County facility that was transferred in 2004 together with Mount Plymouth Water Treatment Plant. So with completing these two, we're going to be completely off the upper Floridan aquifer wells, and we'll be withdrawing water directly from the lower Floridan aquifer. And that satisfied all the water management district conditions for the consumptive use permit. So this will, of course, require probably 2 new wells. And once we do the testing, we're going to know if we need to
Let's not go too
maybe
deep.
go to
Let's
enhanced.
not go
Yes.
too
Okay.
deep, literally and figuratively.
Okay, so 26, 27, we're going to start with the design. 27, 28, anticipation is to start construction, and that will probably go over a 2 year period. And the third project is the Grossenbacher water treatment plant upgrades. This is an existing and the central water treatment plant historically that serves 5.5 million gallons a day. Overall, we're looking at 35 to 40 million dollars over the 2-3 year completion, but we're going to start this probably sometime in 27, 28 and try to offset some of the cost, considering it's a capital cost. So that will include rebuilding the entire plant, and we just build a new ground storage tank. Moving over to the wastewater sewer system, we're highlighting 4 projects. Of course, the most important is the Apopka Water Reclamation Facility expansion, which is 3 to 5 years. We're starting with design. We're finalizing the scope right now. We should be starting the design probably beginning of July, maybe even earlier than that. And we have put aside about $6 million. We don't expect to be that high, probably somewhere between 4 and 4.5. But we're going to roll over probably some of the funds, and we're going to include that into the construction management of the project. The next project is, somebody mentioned earlier, it's the Forest Avenue, actually, a sewer force main replacement, which is between Lift Station 17 and the Apopka Water Reclamation Facility. This is the one that goes along Central Avenue all the way from um, just where the lift station 17 is at the park down to the to the water reclamation facility. There we anticipate that cost to be $7 to $8 million. Again, this is 1971. It's the age I was born, but I was born in December, so this is a little bit older than me. It's one of the most important infrastructure that we need to replace, and that's why it's on the priority list. Together with that, we're going to be doing the lift station number 17 replacement. We think we're going to do this concurrently. The idea was first to start with a lift station because that was an old package plant that was converted into a lift station. One of the issues is considering the old line at Forest Avenue is really it's a cast iron pipe, and we reached to a few contractors and no one would take the risk to connect directly to that. So we decided we're gonna go first with replacing all the pipe, and then we'll start with a lift station project. And we have 4.8 million for that. And the fourth project is the old Dixie Highway. This is Bradshaw to Citrus Avenue. Another sewer force main replacement. I believe it's 12-inch. This is in front of the area where Apopka Elementary School is. So those are the highlights on the wastewater sewer system. The reclaimed water system, of course, we have multiple projects here. One of the most important projects is, of course, the Golden Gem Reclaimed Water Facility. We anticipate this to be over a 1 to 2 year project. The $12.5 million that we have put aside is for the new pump station there. And then we're gonna have additional 2 million to between 2 and 3 million dollars for the repair of the two liners and the two ponds. We're gonna start with the west pond, make that operational, start at the same time the construction with this one, and then we'll continue on the evaluation of the east pond. Rogers Road is one of the projects that we're looking forward to. This is the north end of Rogers Road to Ponken Road. We have a gap there that goes through the Pochi Acres new development that will be donated to the city for park. And we plan to extend the 30-inch new pipe there. This is going to be again 1 to 2 year project, possibly $3 to $4 million, and they will provide more opportunity for us to move more water from the south to the north, primarily to the northwest plant and the northwest recreation complex, and also to the west to the Golden Gem. Next project is the Northwest Recreation Complex Reclaimed Water East Reservoir Irrigation Pump Station. This is another 1 to 2 year. We anticipate between $5 and $6 million. So far, we have completed this particular one will be basically replacing the pond that is currently at Rock Springs Ridge, which is Pond 2A, that has only 5 million gallons capacity there. And at some point, it was shared with a golf course. Now that the golf course is not operating for years, we're solely operating that. But it's very, very inconvenient, and it doesn't allow for movement of a lot of water when we need it especially during the dry season. So we're gonna be irrigating directly from the east pond where the fountain is currently, just north of the amphitheater, and that will help irrigate the entire park, Northwest Recreation Complex, including new facilities that will be on the east side, which is the new softball and baseball fields. The Northwest Recreation Complex Reclaimed Water Waste Reservoir Transfer Pump Station. This is another project that we're just finishing the Northwest project. That should be probably the pump will be delivered sometime also in August, beginning of September. So they will start operating and moving water from there back into the Northwest reclaimed water plant. And the cost for this is a little bit less because the pipeline is already in place. It was done as part of the first phase one. This phase two was actually put another pump station at a larger pond on the west side, and they will pump through the same system back into Northwest and then be able to send it more for public access. Plymouth Sorrento Road, we're looking at that project as well. This is between Leicester and Ponken. This is another gap that we have in the system, 30-inch new pipe, 1 to 2 year, probably construction time, 5.8 million. That will help us move more water from the south, also to Golden Gem as well to the northwest. And we have two other projects. They're currently not budgeted, but they may come in the next few years. The South Apopka Reclaim Water Facility distribution pump station. This is important. It's going to be $10 to $12 million. We're just finishing up the design. This particular project will help moving directly water from the lower ponds. They're on the south side of Snowden, which is where the wastewater treatment plant is. Send it directly to a 48-inch pipe all the way around the city to the north area to Golden Gem and northwest, which helps kind of a regional problem because we're getting a lot of water from other municipalities,
Getting
including
too deep
Sunshine.
again. Too deep.
Yes.
Just knock this out.
Okay.
Let's land this plane. Come on, we can do this.
And the final one is the South Apopka Reclaim Water Reservoir and Transfer Pump Station, which is going to be at the same site. So that's all for the reclaim water. Moving to transportation capital improvement program. I'm going to go quick on this. Kelly Park Road, the design is already completed between Waypoint and Plymouth Sorrento Road. This is widening the road to 4 lanes. We're looking at 22 to 25 million total, 1 to 2 year completion.
Perfect. Next
Current
one.
project funded by Pioneers.
Let's get a little cadence to this. Come on. Next one. We got it. We're doing
Apopka
good.
Road, Harmon to Houghton. We have about 2 to 3 year completion. We're waiting on the raised build grant to be finally it's awarded. It's pending agreement. Once that's completed, we're going to move on. Rock Springs Road and Welch Road intersection improvement. We're looking at 5 to 6 million. We haven't started design. The county started just approved the design on theirs. We're going to try to work with the same engineering company to work together on the same and tie in those two. Harmon Road and Binion Road. We're looking at 2 roundabouts, Harmon Road and Binion Road and Last Road and Binion Road. And they're going to be about 1 to 2 year completion. Each will cost design plus construction roughly $2 million. Vic Road, we have multiple areas. We'll probably be starting on the south side of Old Dixie Highway to Martin Street. This is between Apopka Elementary and the Apopka High School, which is the most congested at the time. And the rest will follow in the following years. And we have the Golden Gem Road from Kelly Park Road to about South Golden Gem Reclaim Water Facility. We're looking at about $14 to $15 million, 1 to 2 year completion. We're at 70% design. We have applied for a $15 million grant through Representative Webster's appropriation fund. And finally, the Stormwater Capital Improvement Program. We're working actively on the Border Lake flood mitigation, 1 to 2 year completion, $5 to $6 million roughly. All of this will be funded through grants, so there shouldn't be any expense on the city. We're looking into Lake Hammer Pump Station, possibly about $500,000. This is 1 to 2 year completion as well. The downtown canal between Park Avenue and Martin's Pond, we're trying to pipe that system so it can help moving water because it's about 320 acres of the downtown area drains through this system into the Martin's Pond. And that's also 1 to 2 year completion. And we have Lake Avenue Stormwater Management System berm mitigation. It's about $500,000, 1 to 2 year completion. We got awarded a grant also for some of the other projects, but FEMA is now shut down and we don't know what's going to happen with funding as well as all the other municipalities that have been awarded so far. And finally, I did put on the list, there's no funding for this approved yet, nothing planned yet, for the Clearwater Lake Pump Station, the flood mitigation. There was previously a plan that the administration had. We're revisiting this. We're looking more depth. We already started initiating the first meetings with the Water Management District, and we're trying to find something that will be feasible for the residents for the 3 subdivisions. They're bordering that. And down the road, probably in a few months, as the negotiation progresses with the Water Management District and how we can mitigate this situation, we'll come up with some plan and we'll present more on that.
Thank you for putting that on there.
So I just doubled the 7 minutes.
And we can see that. All right. Thank you. Ms. Sherman.
Oh my gosh,
What can I help you with? If you can imagine, I don't remember what I told you to say. I'm going to go to public comment. Is that okay? I asked for public comment. Please just be mindful of the time. This is not going to be the last time that we're going to discuss any of these items.
Albert McKimmey, 3603 Golden Gem Road. In terms of Golden Gem Road retention ponds, if we look at documentation the city presented to St. John's River Water Management in April of 2024, at that point, they were saying to St. John's that Golden Gem Road was going to cost 19.5 million to put into effect. I have the paperwork, Commissioners, if you want to see it. So today, we've reduced that bill by 7 million. But at the same time, we've lost 2 liners. And it's my opinion that those liners are not serviceable. And they're not serviceable for one reason and one reason only. The 950,000 that Devo Saram came here and requested for on May the 15th, I believe it was, of 2024, was for aquadams and for an interceptor trench. The interceptor trench was never built. The interceptor trench should have went in 2 years prior to that. The reason that Golden Gem Road failed was because there's no interceptor trench. There's still no interceptor trench today, and until we install that, we're wasting our time. I'm not going to waste your time tonight, but commissioners, you need to talk to me. You need to look at the videos that I have. I can prove to you why that incident occurred, and you're wasting your money trying to fix it until we remediate the initial problem that caused it.
Thank you, Mr. McKimmey. I do have a couple comments, and I'll give a very concise update on that.
Public Works has a lot of things they have to do, and they cover a lot of area. And I think Vlad has been doing a good job organizing all those different areas. One thing that we need, grants would help with a lot, and I've referenced many different departments, including the USDA and RCS, but and we have the tree banks, and we need to start putting out as large a trees as possible, as much as we can, to compensate for all the ones that have been torn down, the ones we've lost to hurricanes, the ones we've lost to construction, and the ones that have aged out, because the trees that were planted at the beginning of the century by some of our pioneers in a century and a half ago that are dying now, and have been torn down, and you saw them coming down along 441 out to the west there in front of the Winn-Dixie and all these different places. The trees have aged out, and we've had them come down in the cemetery and in the park. We've got to get them replanted with large trees and a variety of native trees.
Thank you.
Rod.
Rod Olson, just a couple brief comments. One, prior commissions have approved all kinds of housing that doesn't provide for safe egress for our children to and from schools. They're walking in ditches and side of the road, either getting to schools or to buses. There's 323 miles of roadway in Apopka. Before this budget process is finished, someone ought to audit all 323 miles to ensure that sidewalks are safe and roads are adequate. I provided you all with numbers, and I know Vlad also provided numbers as to what the costs are, but it was $28,000 for less than a quarter mile to repair sidewalks between Brush Drive and Poncan on Jason Dwelly. When you factor that in, that's probably one of the worst sections of road in the city. We don't have adequate funds taking care of our streets and sidewalks. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Rogers back at 7 West Main Street. Just a recap of everything that went on tonight. If we can have some type of dashboard to look at, because I'm like, the more I hear it, it's like a debt clock running off. Just kind of like, what is the overall budget? What are these things going to cost us? And then too, when these things are, because I know it was several projects for Vladimir to put up, when they're done, when they're completed, so the public can know that these things are going on. Because a lot of times we hear it at budget time, but after that we don't hear it again until next budget time. So from our standpoint, to hold people accountable that these things are being done, the money's being used for what they said it was going to be used, I think we should have some type of window, a dashboard to look at and see what's happening with the city of Apopka, because that's been the biggest gripe. The money was spent on this, but at some point in time, it's a new beginning. I guess it's a good time to start do different practices, because we don't want to just have the same thing happen year after year after year. So that's just my particular request. So if we can some kind of way do that, it'd be great. I think there's been a lot of things presented in the budget that also speaks to how we want to develop Apopka moving forward, because apparently we have kind of outreached our boundaries per se. So we need to look and say, okay, how can we look in different areas to say, okay, what industries do we want to come here to impact us in different ways other than just housing everywhere? So I think it's a lot of different opportunities that we have. And looking at the budget costs, I don't know what the total number was as far as employees, but it seemed like everybody came up needed like 10 to 12 people. And then if you actually, it's just more and more money added to the budget. But there again, and everything is going up in cost, but every resident is not getting a 20 or 30% increase in their pay. So we got to look at how do we balance it all. But there again, you guys elected for the job. I just want to give you my opinion, but hopefully you can look at to kind of lead us into the future. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So, any comments from commissioners? I know it's late.
I do.
Go ahead, please.
And I wanted to thank Vlad for, I mean, y'all really need to pay attention to pages 12, 13, and 14. They're huge. But I will say this in reference to Mr. Beckett. A lot of these things have been looked at for overlooked for decades. So what he's asking for is bringing stuff up that should have been done over the last, 10, 20 years. And it's gotten to a point where that lifespan is way outlived its lifespan. And, if we're subsidizing a lot of the reclaimed water with domestic water because we don't have the ability to get it to the ponds that we need it to. So I commend you for putting a real deep dive and putting a very creative number together. Your roadmap is perfect. If you've identified all the hot spots, and all these problems that we see year after year after year could be mitigated by just bringing some of this stuff up to current standards because they're 30 years in the past. So thank you for doing it.
Thank you. Any other comments from commissioners?
None.
No. Well, then I will wrap it up with the final comment. I just want to thank staffs. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Ms. Sherman.
Ms.
I don't know what I can't wait to hear what I asked you to say.
So, along with that, and trying to maintain equity between what our customers have to pay and what we have to cover, one thing we got to look at, and for this regard, we talked about impact fee study as far as increasing. You got it. The rates on that, we're at the 4-year mark, so he wanted to get a consensus of the commission to see if we want to move forward, going forward with that study. It can generate some additional revenue. Not sure how much. It may end up just offsetting some debt.
So the question there is, you can only increase impact fees every 4 years. We haven't done it consistently. Last time we did it was 2022. It's coming up now that we can do it again. And this is passed off to developers, and it gets us to where we're competitive with other municipalities. So I had said I'm definitely interested in doing this, as long as the board is as well.
I know it was something we talked about, so yes, because we were waiting on that 4-year.
Yes, that mark, like,
It's
can we
now.
do it sooner?
So,
So,
yeah.
yes, thank you. That was like a yesterday comment.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, then I will wrap this up. I just want to say thank you so much to our staff. Thank you for the time. We definitely went over my 2-hour goal mark, but what it shows really from each department head and commissioners and our public is that people are engaged. Staff is passionate. People are ready for change and so excited for it. So I appreciate that. Thank you for putting the time in. Happy birthday to Vice Mayor Velasquez. I know, so we got to spend it with us. And I also just wanted to reference former Commissioner Smith as well in the audience, and thank you for being in attendance here tonight. Have a good night.